Hello, good morning and welcome cricket lovers. It's going to be a big day on the European Cricket Network today. Sundays are normally looked upon as a day of rest, but not here on the European Cricket Network. Not 5 but 6 matches coming up for you today. There's a lot of teams congested at the top of the standings at the moment. Maybe today that will start to even that out just a little bit. I'm Rico Full. You're watching the FanCode European Cricket Series in Bulgaria, and the action starts right here, right now.
The European Cricket Series is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, FanCode, and Grizzly Bear Sports.
Hello and welcome back. Yes, it is scheduled to be a huge day, a Super Sunday here on the European Cricket Network. We're going to see 6 matches. Hopefully, we're going to see the Sofia Spartans in action. They're a team we haven't seen yet. They got 3 matches, and also Indo-Bulgarian have a big day ahead as well. 3 matches for them as well. We're starting off with the match that was we build up to be a classic yesterday. Indo-Bulgarian taking on Istanbul KSK. Haven't they been good in the series so far? 5 out of 5 from them, including that victory yesterday against Indo-Bulgarian. Now, the issues that we have today, I think you can probably see from around me. The covers are on, and well, I'm going to show you that there's a lot of wet stuff around the ground. Unfortunately, last night it hammered it down. A lot of rain overnight, also early this morning. So we've had a lot of preparation already been done. The covers have been off, the pitch has been inspected. There was some water that seeped underneath. So a lot of work's been done already. We're around forking the outfit at the moment. So of course, it's not a good sign. There is a little bit of rain as well. So really, I suppose at the moment, the tournament referee and the umpires are working in unity together, along with the players and the captains, just trying to keep the pitch dry and try and do all the work that can around the ground so that cricket can happen later. But of course, the thing is, unless this rain stops, there's not a lot too much we can do. So that's not a good sign. But let's talk about what we could look forward to today. Of course, the first match that is scheduled, it probably won't be a 10 over a side match. Hopefully we will get some cricket out there. But Indo-Bulgarian taking on the Istanbul KSK again. Yesterday, these two teams did meet. KSK went into that match unbeaten and they won. They beat Indo-Bulgarian. It was a low-scoring one, actually. After some high-scoring matches that we saw during the day, we were expecting that this to be a high-scoring classic. It didn't quite turn out that way. It was 73 to 77 in favour of Istanbul KSK. Today, players that I'm looking forward to seeing, weather permitting, of course. I think Prakash Mishra was in good form yesterday. He's got Adrian Dunbar coming back into his side. And what about Mike Jones yesterday? Came into the side, and in his first match, he scored 44 and also took a hat-trick. So he's added his name right up there with Dave Patel, with Murid Uzbek, of course, from Istanbul. And now we've got Mike Jones there, has a hat-trick. And then in the second match, he went and scored 93. They're the key players there. I think with the conditions the way they are, the slower bowlers will be key. So something like Romit, demand for Indo-Bulgarian could be key on this surface. Istanbul KSK, they're a team that have delighted us, haven't they? With Turkish delight as well, by the way, for everyone around the ground. So thank you to them so much. They're such a lovely bunch of guys as well. And they've got a lot of support as well. I think Murid Uzbek, I mentioned him already with the ball, has been sensational. He's taken a hat-trick of 3 firsts. And of course, he's taken a hat-trick himself as well. He's been a great bowler. Excellent Yorkers that he bowls. I like the form of Ishak Alek with the bat. He's been really good. And also, I think the other Turkmen, Imed Turkmen, has been playing some good cricket as well. And their captain, Ali Turkmen, bowls well and leads really well from the front as well. So, weather permitting, that's the clash that we've got coming up. But at the moment, I can tell you that there's going to be a delay because of the weather. As I'm speaking, the rain, unfortunately, is getting a little bit heavier. So that's not a good sign. And the forecast for the day also is more of this. So let's just see how much cricket we can get in. But a lot of effort by everyone is being put in. Of course, I know that you guys, you want to see some cricket, so why don't we take you back to 2020? It was the 8th of September, and it was an all-time classic match here in Bulgaria. It featured Indo-Bulgarian, and they were playing the Medical University of Sofia. We're going to go to that match now, but at the same time, we'll keep you posted on what's happening right here, right now.
Last match of the day.
and that's going to be between Medical University Sofia, MUS, and also between the team that we just saw winning, Indo-Bulgarians. I can tell you the toss, the Bulgarians winning and wanted to bat, not surprisingly. And we also got a little bit of information before we start this game. We got some man of the match details. Daniel, was that correct?
Yes, we do. So, for the first match of the day, that's match 6 of this series, again with the MU Dons against the Indian Tuskers, we have Saim Hussain as the man of the match, scoring 67 runs off of 32 balls. Then for the next match, match number 7, we have Bipin Gatapur from Medical University Sofia, who scored 3 golden ducks against the Bulgarian Cricket Club, which is the first 3-wicket haul in the series here in Bulgaria. Then, for the 8th match, we have Ivalio Kaczarski, who scored 23 runs over 33 balls, and that was against the Indian Tuskers. And the penultimate match of the day, with the Indo-Bulgarians against the MU Dons, we have Asad Ali Remantullah, who earned 3 wickets in 2 overs.
Yeah, thank you for that. And there have been some fine performances. We certainly enjoyed the last match here. We thought it would go down to the wire, it did. And I think this one's going to be very similar. I think 2 teams that if the key men in their squad perform, it will go down to the wire as well. It's Youssef opens the bowling. Just straying down the leg side there.
Yes, indeed. This match would definitely be down to the wire. Judging by how Medical University Sofia played earlier today, a lot different to how they played yesterday with their loss. So, hopefully, we'll see something different. But even then, they're against the team to beat, which is the Indo-Bulgarian Cricket Club, without any wins. So they've only played 3 matches, this being their 4th, and all of them wins.
That's a good shot, thunderous shot, dynamite that, through the offside. Bang! Now we know, or well, I've certainly been told by many people, what a good player Histro Lakov is. He certainly looks a good player. And he'll be hoping to show you, the world, our global cricket family, just how good he is. Screams of catch it, but I think we'll see maybe here that it went pretty quick and was possibly not as close as what. Yeah, he went past the man before he even moved. So 2 boundaries on the trot here, 2 fours. Histro Lakov, will he perform? Will he show us what everybody knows he can do? Well, certainly everybody in Bulgarian cricket. We've seen him with the ball, we've seen him in the field. Will he deliver with the bat? Another snick, 4 runs. This certainly is one of the reasons why I personally always like to start with the 3rd man on the boundary, especially against a quick bowler. I'm just scanning to see where those 2 men are that are allowed to be outside at the moment. I think one may be at fine. The 3rd man is coming back up. Fine leg is going back down. And the other man is here sort of at extra cover. 3 boundaries on the trot. And that could be another one. It is. That's a lovely shot. Good footwork. You'll see this here. Just took a couple of steps down the wicket. Got in line with the ball. And just helped that away.
Not a strong start for Hussein.
No, he's bowled well, but at the moment, it's always difficult bowling in the power play, especially when you've got a batsman who's
willing to play his shots, and that's exactly what Lakov is doing. Miscued that one. It's almost like he's decided that the only way to get out of this little lull he's having in form is to just go out blazing. So far it's working for him. 18 off the first. And he stays on strike, taking the single of the last ball. And we all know about the non-striking batsman at the moment. Bucketeer, Tahiri. Probably one of the most in-form players of this series so far, scoring runs quite freely, really. Derek Vinu, the bowl the second. The new umpire for this game stepping in. So we've got two qualified umpires here. This is Sam Williams. And the other umpire at square leg is a man that we've seen in most games, Navjot Anand. Well bowled. Good backing up. I would expect these two to be doing more of this all the way through, as long as they're together, just taking the singles and looking to attack the loose balls. Just looking at those flags there from the camera, that's at point, and those flags behind square leg moving around like there's a strong breeze blowing, but it's certainly not coming up here, is it? I can't feel a thing. When we look at that shot there behind the square leg umpire, could do with a little bit of that here now, just to cool us down a bit. Very humid. Slower ball, well bowled. Waited well for it and comes back. Happy to take the singles at the moment. It's nice and tidy, nothing loose. 18 off the first over, so both these guys will probably be thinking we don't need to take any risks. Already 22.
Rigo, it might be a bit early on, but do you have any predictions for Indo-Bulgarian Cricket Club?
What score-wise?
Yes, indeed.
I think these two experienced campaigners, they'll be looking at the 5 over mark first, and 50 would be what they'd look at 5, and then for the next 5, they and whoever joins them be looking to take it on and really go blazing. Try and get maybe some of the other guys that haven't had a go to come in. I reckon they've got some big hitters. I think 120. That's my feeling. And that's a nice shot. Big gap there. And once the ball goes past, it's going to race away. Knew exactly where he was playing this one. Yeah, 120 minimum.
Yeah, I'll definitely agree with you on that one. His partnership is a strong one, as we've seen before.
Wide ball, and that's 4. 5 runs. I'm just starting to wonder now. Being predominantly a bowler myself, there's a time to use the short ball, and it can be very effective in certain situations. But I think on a wicket like this, when you've got the pace and the strength that somebody like Bipin has, you know that a short ball is going to go way over the head and probably over the keeper, and it's going to be 4 runs. It's going to be easy runs. I don't see the logic in bowling it. The short ball's got to be at the body. It's got to be the batsman fending it off. Getting a glove to the keeper. There doesn't seem to be anybody in close anyway, that if the ball is bowled short and goes either side of the wicket, loops up and a player takes a catch, that's not going to happen here. So unless it's going to be a dot ball or a wicket-taking ball, I don't really see it. Don't really see the advantage of it. I mean, they're just giving runs away, and Bipin by no means is the only quick bowler to do that. Certainly will be a talking point for some of the teams or some of the captains, having a word with their bowlers as this series progresses. Bipin comes in again. Just a single taken there by Histro Lakov. He'll be pleased that he's still there. He's come in, played a shot or two, and then got out. Maybe got over his jitters now, and got his mind set on building a big innings. That's very nicely played. That's a top shot. Beautiful shot. Just guided that where he wanted it to go. That's the sign of a man in good form. Back tie. Tahiri. That's the end of the over. Sam Williams, he didn't umpire earlier. He's got you might see when he's walking, he does have a slight injury to his leg. He was having difficulty walking earlier, so you can see there's a slight limp when he's walking. Hopefully he's feeling better, but he was okay to do this game. That's very, very good of him, very sporting of him. I know he's a man who loves his cricket, and he'll love being involved in this game. Robin Jacob. Starts with a dot ball, to the applause of his team. Bump ball, in case you were thinking maybe it was a chance. So the field now can be spread out. The power play is over. Just having a look what we got. Fine lag, we've got a man here extra, guy deep at point. Just the 4 men out at the moment that I can see. So still keeping the pressure on. It's good delivery. Acknowledged by the batsman. By Bakhtiar Tahiri. Gives his man a little clap. Nice to see. Just making some adjustments again in the field. I think they're trying to make him go across the line. That came out all wrong. Wide ball. Yeah, nobody there on the leg side at all. Just the man at on the boundary at mid-on. So big gap there. All of a sudden he just lost his shape. Over the top of the fielder, goes to the boundary, 4 runs. Taking the opportunity of the man being in. That one just sneaking over the captain, number 14. And taking the single. Good cricket by these two. And that should be a wide ball. Started well, Harbin Jacob, and now he's struggled with his line. Some of them have been big wides, and they were outside the off stump, and now he's drifting down leg. Looks like he's had a long day, doesn't it? He looks like he's tired. Having to work hard one last time. Has lofted over the top. He knows what he's doing there, and the fielder did very well. Very well to get a hand to that.
Very well done from Nico Oliveira.
Yeah, I thought that was going to get over him easy, but he backpedaled pretty quick. So, Histro Lakov, well, he would have been a bit gutted if that had stuck. And then he would have thought, this is definitely not my day. But he's still there. 50 exactly, of 4. No loss. So yeah, Danielle was saying they would like to be at 50 or around 50 at the halfway stage. Well, they're there already. And if they could just get 8 or 10 runs of this over and be 60, well, that that score of 120, 130. He's certainly looking on. And they certainly will look to attack the slower bowlers when they come on, when they've got their eye in. Well, Yusuf coming to bowl the fifth. They're not saving him for later. It's nicely played. It's rolling away and goes for 4. Now there has been a fine leg in place and he's disappeared somewhere, and batsman very quick to notice that and taking full advantage. Just got a little bat on it, but when it races away down there, that's 4 runs. Still no change. There still is no fine leg, and with the third man quite wide, well, if he plays that shot, anything down leg, if he's going in that area, not going to be stopped. Shorter one. Made good contact, but straight at the fielder, just a 1 run. Who's that? Yusuf. And he comes again. Lovely run. Nice delivery. It's going up and up and up and up. Well, not only does the catch go down, the 2 men, no communication again at all, no name on it. They were practicing before this game. They had, because we had a little bit of extra time, some time to practice the catching. The bowler can see the funny side of things. He's smiling. That's good to see. Not kicking the ground and all of that stuff. I think in the end, nobody actually got a hand to it, so you can't even say it was a drop catch. Banging it in short, but the ball's going to win the battle. That's 4 runs. Delrick Vinu here in front of us. He liked the delivery. Yeah, he says. But Lakov was equal to it. Sent it to the boundary. A bit of pressure on young Yusuf. Just wanted to make an adjustment to the field. Sun now starting to make its way down to the right of us. You'll start to see those shadows grow. That's a full toss, surely. Umpires will look at each other. The ball, meanwhile, 1 bounce. 4. Yep, no ball signalled because of the height. Yeah, the umpire will just have to... He's just checking. Yeah, it was definitely a 4. 1 bounce 4. We'll see him change his signal in a minute. There we go. Well done, sir. 4 runs. Now, don't forget, no ball free hit. Yeah. Doing the night fever bit there. Staying alive, staying alive. Yeah, but always looks better with the white trousers. Nicely shot, lovely shot, nicely played. He knows there's nobody there. Another great over for Hindu Bulgarians. it's little moments like this when a bowler loses his line, loses his length, and the batsman takes full advantage of it, takes full advantage of the no ball, the free hit, that all of a sudden the run rate just rockets up. .67, 71 now with that last boundary. And that's 4 more, 75, off 5. No wickets down, looking good. We were saying 120, 130 possibly. Another few overs like that and it's 150 plus. The fielders will be relieved to just take a drink. They maybe want to get into a social distanced hubble and have a chat and say, come on guys. Now one thing we've always been saying about Medical University Sofia, and also I think Medical University Dons, is that how they've always been backing each other, they've always been vocal. And I was saying, yeah, that's great when you're on top, but you've got to maintain it when you've got the pressure on. So we'll see some true character now of the Medical University Sofia Cricket Club. They know they're under pressure. They're under the tosh at the moment, as they say. They need to respond, and they know they can get back into this. They can adjust that run rate very easily by getting 2 top overs in. Somebody's got to deliver. Good bowlers have been and gone so far. Maybe Bipin, he's got 1 more over to come. Would you give him the ball now? Would it be Delrick Vinu? Or one of those two have got a bowl, or both of them have got to bowl 2 top overs. And if they can do that, then once more they can, it's damage limitation. And into Bulgarian once more, just looking at between 120. But a lot of work for them to do. And also need to take the catches, got to be a bit more positive in the field.
Yes, in terms of their fielding, I feel they need to tidy themselves up a bit. Because there have been some instances where they could have saved themselves. Just those few extra runs. But a bit of sloppy work here and there, it all adds up in the end, doesn't it?
Yeah, it does. I think the word I like, you've got to play some smart cricket now, the next 5 overs. Bowlers got to think about what they're doing, fielders got to think about it as well. The 2 batsmen, meanwhile, Lakov, he'll be looking to get the 1 run needed to get him his very first European Cricket Series 50. And he'll be relieved to have that behind him. That'll give him confidence. We know he has the ability. He's a star player. He just needed to show it, and he has done here. He's given a few chances, but sometimes it's about taking those chances and making them count, and that's what he'll be hoping to do. Unlucky, the fielder did well there to get there, but in the end, the ball just bubbling and catching him. I think they caught him on the leg or the knee and went to the wrong side of the boundary, just in front of us here. Bobbling away. Yeah, good effort. Oh dear. He's got some backup, fortunately. 2 runs. Put the pressure back on. That's the cries from the fielders. Trying to encourage everybody to get back in this game. Oh, that's a good reply. Kevin D'Souza his first over. Straying too wide there. Seven off the over already. Yeah, clever cricket by the batsman. Bakhtar Tahiri was getting ready to play it and then stopped himself, thought he'll take the wide ball and take the extra ball to come. I mean, if he had made contact, it was four, definitely, but there is a... That's hit well, hit hard. Balle, balle, balle. That has gone all the way. Keeping the pressure on the fielding side. MUS, they need to respond to this. They need to break this partnership. Who's going to be the man who stands up? They need somebody. And at the moment, with that boundary, 14 of the over. And that's in the air. Chuck there, Hatte style, all the way over the top. The slower ball, batsman used his feet well. 2 sixes. Bang, bang. Boom, boom. It's all about the boom, boom. Maybe a little tiki-taka to give Histo Lakov the opportunity to get to his 50. A bit of tiki-taka. Just the one run, possibly a leg by. Yeah. End of the over, so he'll have to go back to the non-strikers. He'll have to wait a little bit longer. Expensive over that. $96. 21 off that over. I was saying they needed a big one right after that drinks break. It didn't happen. Getting a bit quiet there now. They've got to keep the levels up, the energy. They've got to keep supporting each other. Delrick Vinu. Only went for 6 of his first over. And he'll want to... Well, he certainly wouldn't want any more than that. If he can come in and bowl here 6 good balls and restrict the batsman to maximum 6 runs, he would have done a great job for his team. Well, that's a dot. So he's on track. But Tahiri, 33 of 50 shot lack off on the non-strikers end, 49 of 22. That's the story so far. 96 without loss. That's 4 runs. Make that 100. The 100 comes up. That fine leg fielder just keeps disappearing. He's doing a disappearing act. The Houdini. 1 minute he's there, 1 minute he's gone, and every time he disappears, that's where the ball goes. It is difficult. You can only have 5 men out. And this is where the captain needs to have a real think with some of these senior players and say, okay, where have you got a man that we haven't seen the ball going to? do we sacrifice that position where a ball may have only gone the 1 or 2 times to having a fine leg all the time on the boundary where a ball seems to be going quite regularly? That's in the air. This one now should be taken. Oh my word. There's just no communication there now. It's one of those, everybody in the team is shouting, catch it. Making a lot of noise, and now whether that's the reason why these two players here, maybe one did call but didn't hear, made a total hash of that. That's going to be expensive, that's going to be costly. There you go, Chakka de Fatte, that's big, 6 more. Balle, balle, balle. And that's the 50, and he's done it in style. Well batted, Histra Lakov. Oh, Derek Vinu, what will he be feeling? Good shot. Should be just 1. Will they come back for 2? I think they will. I think wait for the other direct hit be interesting. Well, I think a direct hit, he would have been out. Bakatia Tahiri will be hoping that he too can carry on his magnificent form and notch up another 50 here. Wide ball. Didn't quite get that where he wanted. He was aiming for the vacant area there behind square leg. End of the over, another good over. Histro Lagot will go back on strike. $111. Will the Nelson get a wicket for MUS? They need something from somewhere. The big man, Bipin, another key player on this side. Can he be the one who changes this flow of runs? Didn't time it, it will drop short. There are 2 men there.
Only a single for Risto. It's not too bad there.
No, it's this man now, Tahiri, who he'll want to get after the ball now. He probably knows, most good batsmen know what score they're on. He'll know where he is, and more or less. Seems to be hobbling a bit there, Daniel, do you think? When he just coming running in that? Like he's maybe a bit of cramp, perhaps.
Perhaps it does look like it.
Tidy so far, just 2 singles. That's going in the air. Now this time will be another chance. Let's see. Once more. Well, I have to say the catching has not been great, has it?
No, not at all. There have been so many opportunities for Medical University Sphere to gain a leg, but unfortunately for them, it's not looking up.
Yeah, catches keep going down. They're just having one of those days in the field. Whoa! Chakka de fatte kinna sona. Hi, hi, hi. Kinni kut pendi ajja. That's big. Wow. What goes through the mind of a bowler? Sure, you're in for, but every time the batsman gives an opportunity, the fielders put it down. That takes him on to 45 of just 20 balls. Looks like he wants to change his bat. Maybe, well, the only thing I can think is after that shot he's broke it. There's no other need to change it, because if the ball's going that far from it. What a big shot that was. Now, mate, this is your team, this is your club. What will you be saying to them after this innings, if you were part of that 11, or if you were the 12th man now and everybody's coming in, they're going to come in a bit dejected and a bit down. What are you going to be saying to them, Daniel?
I tell them, well, you win some, you lose some. But the main thing that you guys need to know is that you're a team and you have to work together in order to gain the best rewards. And just make sure that you're communicating with each other. Because a lot of the times with these drop catches, it's been because of miscommunication. So I think that the best thing that these guys need to do is have a sit down with each other and just hash some things out. Just let each other know to call for whoever's going for it.
Yeah, absolutely. But don't forget, the most important thing is also that whatever happens, 2 overs to go, 121 the score, whatever happens, whether it ends up being 130, 140, 150, it's only half time, isn't it? They've still got to go out and bat. So the important thing is they've got to remain positive. There's no point after, like you say, being in some aspects a negative showing. They can't take that with them into the batting. They've got to say, okay, let's happen. Maybe it was going to happen one day. Well, let's wipe the slate clean now with this one. And we've got to focus. That's up in the air again. That's gone all the way. 6 more. Didn't think he got hold of that cleanly. He did. It goes over the boundary. It's another 6. So, yeah, I think it's very important that you're right, they need to get back together in the few minutes that they've got. That's a big shot. There's a man there. He's got to watch the bounce. He's not taking his head off that bounce, and that brings up he's 50 as well. So both these players motoring along, both in the 50s. And it's, well, they're just going to go for everything here. And D'Souza will feel he's just in a hiding to nothing. Here comes another one. It's over the top. It's over the fence. Balle, balle, balle. Put your arms up in the air, Albitro. Arms up in the air. That's 6 runs. The fireworks have started here at the National Sports Academy ground in Sofia. It's raining 6s at the moment. Indo-Bulgarians piling on the runs. The highest partnership of this series now has been beaten, was 135. Keeper unable to take it clean. If he did, there was a chance. If he could whip the bells off Omar Rasool. the keeper. But there is a plus, it was a dot ball. Leg by. We've had some very good opening partnerships in this series already. Good throw. Once more, a direct hit. They would have been asking the question. $138. Over 10, the last one. Albin Jacob. The man to bowl it. And he still have to bowl 6 balls. That's a wide, leg side. Well bowled. $139. Moves on to 140. It was a wide earlier. First ball was the wide. So 140. Can they notch up 150? Well, that's not going to help. And these two batsmen, what an achievement it would be if they can get to 150. What a partnership, and that's in T10. Four balls to come. Bakhtir Tahiri looking to hit big. That one dropped safe once again, didn't get. There have been 2 wides in this over, but it's still, in comparison to those that have been bowled before him, it's quite a good over. 4 runs from it. There's a man there patrolling that boundary, does a good job. Keeps it to 1. $144. He'd love to hit a 6 now to bring 150 up. That'll be a massive achievement.
Well, it's already an achievement for the Indo-Bulgarians, having surpassed their previous highest score, which is actually was against Medical University Sofia as well. So in their previous match together, they scored 143. for 3 wickets. But with this one, and with the end of the match, that's the end of that innings. I apologize. That's 144 for none out.
Yeah, I mean, that's awesome batting. Admittingly, both batsmen had a bit of luck. But you need to make that luck count. And yeah, some glorious shots played here. The sun coming down, beautiful setting here, beautiful scenery. The National Sports Academy ground in Sofia. And both these batsmen, well, they're in, well, especially Bakati Tahiri, what form he's in. He certainly will be, without doubt, at the top of the standings in terms of the runs scored. Histra Lagop, he needed this knock. He would have felt that things haven't been going his way. And he came out with a purpose, especially in that first over. 18 came off the first over, and you could just see that he wanted to. Well, that's one of the many drop catches. Yeah, you could see he just wanted to, like, sometimes the batsman has to just play the shots, take the odd chance just to get back into the groove. Well, he did that well, got into the groove. Both of these batsmen batted so well together. 144 at one moment. I thought perhaps they were going to make a 150 partnership. 144 now. What we were saying about MUS, short time down, drink some water, and it's basically just saying, right guys, what's happened has happened. 144, we know, looking at each other here, we know we've got the ability to do it. Let's try to get the job done, and then tomorrow or later on today we can sit down with more time on our hands and go through the things we did well and the things we need to improve on. Anyway, we're going to take a short break. We should be back in a few minutes time. So ciao for now, and we'll be right back. Welcome back. The umpires are out. And we're ready for MUS to see how they get on, chasing a massive total, biggest one so far of this series, needing 145 to win. Looks like Ahmed Hal is going to be the bowler.
And it does seem that Medical University Sofia have changed up their starting batsmen. So now we have Ishan De Silva at the striking end, and we have Nikhil Oliveira down at the non-striking end. Now this could be because Ishan De Silva has been hitting those sixes for the Medical University Sofia. He has been quite consistent when he has played.
Yeah, I mean, if they can get off to a flyer, and remember we're talking here, I mean it's 145, we're talking about 15 runs and over. They haven't got time to block. They need to go straight away. A dot ball is just not going to do them any good. So off the mark straight away. But anything loose, they'll be looking to pounce. So Oliveira now on strike. The left hand. A ring of players around the bat. That's a nice shot. Player will need to get down, get his body behind it. And that's fielded by one of the star batsmen, Tahiri, number 88. I think he likes his wicket. What do you think?
Oh, most definitely.
It does seem to be, from what we've seen, if a batsman can get in, it's very difficult to get him out. That stayed low, and he's done amazingly well to not only play that, all right, the fielder helped his scores a bit, but he did amazingly well to get down to this. Look at that. If that had struck the pad, unfortunately for him, who's on his way back. Now, that's about the third time we've seen this. It did result in a wicket yesterday. Today, so far, the batsmen have managed to get back onto ball. And you've got to be very alert, because a lot of those short balls, as I said in the first inning, seem to be flying over the batsman and the wicketkeeper, and then you've got every so often that happens, and it's done it again. So the two men out is the mid-off on the boundary, and the fine leg, or third man to the left-hander. Tried the slower ball, ends up being a full toss and a no ball. The umpires had to decide whether it was a slow ball, whether it was dipping enough. No. Above waist height, smashed away for 4. Free hit. Well, this is what they need. Any gift will be gracefully received. Free hit now. We want to be sending this to the boundaries. Finding a way to keep the ball to stay low. I'm wondering if it's the way he's holding the ball, but there's certainly something. It's not, doesn't seem to be coming up. So no real damage done with the free hit. Did that hit his head?
It seems like it might have. Or maybe he just caught it on his hands and
Yeah,
with sheer
I
force.
think maybe hands on, then played on to his head. End of the first. I suppose this is where the advantage of being medical university students comes in handy.
Exactly. So, wonderful array of medical students here to help out for any troubles you may have.
Yeah, not that I would ever wish an injury on anybody,
Oh gosh, no.
but at least you know you're in good hands if anything did happen here. There's plenty of help all around. Anyway, the first over is out of the way, 13 from it. So it was a good over, plenty of runs from it, but still not what they needed. 1 run short of the 14 or 15 required. This is Gangdeep Singh. Oh my God, he's started with a no ball as well. And, well, I think maybe the two teams have had a chat and MUS has said, look, come on guys, we gave you loads, we dropped catches, you know.
Help us out a bit, you know?
Be kind. Yeah, I mean, it is very muggy, I have to say. I don't know about you, but sitting here, the hands are very moist, and now that must play a part, I guess, out there as well with the players. So that also went for 4, the first ball. It also was a no ball. So 5 runs off the first ball. It will still, I believe, from that delivery be a free hit, yes. Signal on the wide. So this is still a free hit. Yep, there's the signal. Terrible start for Gangdeep Singh. That's hit hard. They're stopping that. 4 runs. So making the most of the free hit. Another great over this at the moment for MUS. And all the time they can stay up with this run rate, they'll have belief. Whoa! Balle, balle, balle. This game is on. This game is definitely on.
MUS are definitely not backing down now, and they've definitely not given up.
That was big from De Silva. This is an expensive over. And there's plenty more balls to come from it yet. Motoring along. Finally a better ball right up there. Been erratic. Gangdeep Singh. He does bowl some good balls, but he also bowls some bad ones. And so far in this match, the bad uns have been punished. Oliveira now on strike. The key thing here for the Bulgarians, of course, is they've got to stay cool and calm. If they start panicking, then they're going to fall into that trap of just giving away runs. And that's where Gamdeep Singh needs to be with his bowling. Now I'm just wondering whether perhaps Indo-Bulgarians here are missing the trick. They're trying to do it with the pace bowlers. Well, when you've got so many runs on the board, perhaps it's a good idea just to completely take the pace off and make it even harder for the batsman.
The European Cricket Series is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, FanCode, and Grizzly Bear Sports.
Good morning, welcome back to Sofia. And you may have seen on the screen a couple of minutes ago that the match 31 between Indo-Bulgarians and then getting that game 31, that's been abandoned between Indo-Bulgarians and Istanbul KSK. So that'll be points shared. And again, not the outcome that anyone would ever want, but unfortunately, it's just been constant rain, and it's not let up. And at the moment, it's just, you know, it keeps on going. And there's just some pictures for you there. The issue really is that there's no wind and there's no sun to move any of these clouds on or burn them off. And you can just see on the side of the pitch and around the ground, really, on the outfield, there are a lot of puddles, and it's just not playable at this moment in time. So that's going to be the story for match 31. Match 32 between Sofia Spartans and Pleven, well, that is, again, that's going to be delayed, and we're just going to be waiting on updates throughout the morning to see when we can get that game going. But yeah, realistically, there's not much more to give you. Of course, it's not what we want, but it's the only thing that we can do at the moment, because we, you know, out in the field at the moment, safety, of course, is our main priority, and at the moment, that comes under question when you've got puddles everywhere and you've got mud everywhere. The thing is, as well, for us, is that there's still a week of cricket left to go, so that's something that we've got to think about as well. But at the moment, that's all we can do. And of course, if you're wanting updates, then do make sure you check our social medias out on Twitter and Instagram. There'll be social media outputs on there. But also check on our website, ECN Cricket. That's where a lot of the live updates will happen first of all. So if you want any updates throughout the day on that as quick as possible, that's where you need to be looking. And it was an interesting game that we were watching there, that classic match, of course, between SU Sofia and Indo-Bulgarians, and well, Gamdeep Singh with a bit of a different hairstyle, and I think he's made the right choice in cutting all that off. But at the moment, it's looking like an interesting one. We can go back to Rico Full. That's was that 2 years ago, September 8th in 2020. We can go back to that live game. But up until now, there's not much more to report. So do stay tuned and keep looking out for those updates.
The ball to come on. That's how they bat. .34 of 2. They're up with the rate, and the rate, as you see there, has dropped down slightly, now to just under 14. So far in the game. That's 4. Oh, that's absolute superb. Oh, he shouldn't be doing that. He doesn't want to be doing that. That's just crazy. Well, watch what the umpire signals here. Well, I think that should be probably 5. I don't know how many runs they completed before the ball was thrown to the boundary. Well, it was I know he took a blow to the head, Armadale, but what was he thinking? There just was an absolute outstanding piece of fielding there by a player to stop the 4. And this is what I was saying in the last over. They've got to keep the cool. So just to clarify, there were 6 runs there with that overthrow because the batsman had completed 2 runs before the ball had gone over for the 4 overthrows. So what was a 1 was. Well, there we go. Well, he's come back with a wicket. Has he rectified himself, Danielle?
I believe he has. Ball like that?
It was a good ball. Just seeing the replay of that. De Silva just trying to get a little bit of bat on it to guide it down. He'll probably be saying to himself, I should have just stuck with the aggressive shots maybe. Maybe it should have come down and tried to hit it over the top.
He was doing well. Well, he did well.
He did the job that he was sent out to do. Another couple of overs hitting it the way he was, who knows? "17 off 7 balls. That brings Bipin to the crease. Now he's having a pretty good series, and this is the time for him to shine as well. There we go, that's 4 runs. Picked the length on that very quick. He knows he ain't got time to hang around. So Bipin Gatapur starts with a 4. Score still looking healthy. Run rate looking, that should be wide. There's nobody there. They'll probably go again. Good job that Oliveri decided not to charge down because his partner Bipin was sat on the ground, slipped as he turned. Once more, just unnecessarily throwing the ball. Captain's got to take charge. I'm looking around. Where is the captain?
He's down on 3rd man position.
Yeah, he needs to be in here. He needs to be in the hub, if you ask me. In the hub, he needs to be vocal. He needs to be heard. He needs to be telling his play. He's the experienced man. He's the captain of the national team. He's played a lot of cricket, the good cricketer. He needs to be the one there taking charge and telling the boys, stay cool. Don't need to do anything silly. We don't need to throw the ball and give extra runs. Let them get them with the bat. I think there, if you're in charge, if you're a leader, you're not going to lead your troops from the third man of fine leg boundary. And of the power play, it's been a good one. .48 for ones. 96 runs of 43 balls. Still maintaining the 13 runs per over. It's one of those. One big over for the batting side, and that run rate can go down to around 10 or even 9. One good over on the bowling side, and it can jump back up to around the 18 mark. This is a big moment. Histro Lakov. He's got to bowl a top over here. He's also been sometimes guilty of banging a short one in. Have a look at his field. Just get it right up there, make the batsman play every ball. That's going to go for 4 runs. Hits the bat. Not sure if it's the inside or the bottom of the bat. Ooh. The bowler will consider himself very unlucky. If he missed that, that was hitting his off stump. Oliveri motoring along as he needs to in this innings. Good shot. They'll want to. Pressure on the fielder. This time there is somebody backing up. Hristo Lakov. He won't mind that. 2 runs. Well bowled. This is where we'll be saying to the guys, hold on to it, guys. Just hold on to it. Just loop it into me. Lovely scenery to the right of us now as the sun comes down. Those mountains look absolutely beautiful. Almost like they're in 3D there, Daniel, don't they?
Yes, definitely. What with the clouds and the sun just shining through.
No, he's got to hold it. He still goes for the shy. This is poor cricket, boys. Poor cricket. There's been a number of extras in these innings, but there's also been a number of overthrows as well. There are 2 runs when there should be 1. Captain's still out of the game. He's not in the game at all. Not leading. Well bowled. That's the way to do it. Nice and cool. Cool as a cucumber. Takes the ball. Doesn't shy at the stumps or anything. Doesn't give any extra runs. And that fairly tidy over there. Just 9 from it, which included that, well, very unfortunate edge for Histrolakov, which went for 4. .57 is the score for 1 wicket. And you can see straight away just 1 over, even though there were 9 runs from it, that over 8 back up to 14. 14.66 per over. Captain now coming on to bowl. Prakash. He's going to make me eat my words, is he? By saying he's been out of the game. Well, let's see. He needs to get in this game. Comes to bowl, he's first over. The start of the 5th. And in this situation, I'm known to say dot balls are gold dust. In a game like this, they are definitely gold dust. They are massive. Well played, that's 4 runs. Just trying to count how many men are outside. Just wondering why. The umpires on the radio about something, not sure what. What's going on here? What's happened here, buddy?
Haven't a clue.
Looks like there may be an injury. So Oliveri is the man who's come out. We shall have a look. Yeah, I'm not sure what's happened there. You may know better than us. You may have seen it on the screens. Well, he's down as bowled. So it's one for us to look back on. Back to the game. And they're going to run another here. Well, one thing both of these teams will need to talk about after this game is about these extras they're giving. Regardless of who wins and who loses, it's something they have to improve on. If a game is close, then those sort of things are the sort of things we've seen here. That's a good shot, race is on. Yeah, these sort of things we've seen in the field from both sides, the sloppiness, especially here with Bulgaria just throwing the ball around, giving extra runs. They will cost them big time in a close game. They've got to iron those things out. They've got to talk about it and say, guys, don't let yourself get under pressure. Hold the ball, especially when you've got so many runs. Hit hard. Well fielded. That's Gandeep Singh there. He kept his eye on the ball. We've seen a few that have hit the deck there and gone all over the place. So the captain, there were a few shots played. He has taken a wicket. So 61 for 2. And look at the run rate. 16.8. And, well, another key man now coming onto bowl. A little bit of pressure taken off him. Tahiri in. Oh, that's clubbed. Oh, balle, balle, balle. A catch has been taken. And it wasn't an easy one of that. That was hit hard. Finally, one goes to hand. That was travelling. Took it well. Another wicket. What a great catch that was. And that's Steve Jordan. Take a bow of that man. Brilliantly done. Travelling. That really was travelling. It was going like a rocket. Steve Jordan takes a catch. Catches win matches. So the man walking out to the striker's end, D'Souza. Is that D'Souza?
Yes, it is. That's Kevin D'Souza. And on non-striking end, we have Omar Rasul.
So two new men. Well bowled. Now when Bakita Tahiri towards the end of his innings was batting, and even in front of us here when he was in the field, looked like he had a slight limp, but it seems to be all right to bowl. That's big. Chak de patte. Balle, balle, balle. 6 runs. There's still some life in this game. The wicketkeeper batsman Omar Rasul taking up the charge now. Hitting a big 6. Well bowled. President of Cricket Bulgaria, sitting just to the right of us. Been here all day. It was great talking to him earlier. He's enjoying the cricket. Andrei Lilov. And he'll probably be enjoying supporting his vice. Ooh, unlucky having to reach. I think I was just saying right on cue there. The captain. Prakash Mishra, I was about to say he'll probably be enjoying his vice president's team performance here. Would have enjoyed their batting. And then right in front of him, he drops that catch. I think he needed a dive, maybe a few years. If he was a few years younger, would have had a dive on that and taken it comfortably. But was reaching and just catching his fingers, couldn't quite get it into the palm of his hands. Been a great advert for Bulgarian cricket, this. Well done, everybody involved. Gangdeep Singh. I think here, as this game is now shortly slipping away from MUS, I think it's about these guys making sure they bat all the way through, try to get a good score, a respectable score. what they won't want to be doing is just throwing their wickets away. So don't change anything. Try and hit. Try and play your shots. Try and hit the bad balls. Try and take the singles. All about putting up the best score you can, not giving away wickets, and making your net run rate look healthy. Because if teams are on the same number of points, that will be the decider. That's well hit. Chak de patte, kinna sona. I'm loving it. That's the way to do it. Was also a no ball. So 6 runs. And you can do it all again. Give it your everything, because you can't be out, can't be bowled. Can't be LBW, can't be caught. Can be run out. I think that will be a wide. So the free ball still in place. Yeah. Gundeep Singh, I do like him as a bowler. I like the energy, but he does have in every over there's 2 balls or 3 that he gets wrong. This is a free hit. It won't really matter. Most important thing is they want to get the ball back in. Which to do, wicketkeeper should tidy it up, and he does. That was back to Tahiri there. Dropping the catch, but it wouldn't have mattered anyway. It was a free hit. And that, I think, will possibly, unless it hit the pad, no, it didn't. So another wide, and this is what I'm talking about with Gundeep Singh. Too many extras from him. He tends to bowl 3 very good balls in the over, sometimes 4, but there's always those 2 loose ones. I don't think he's bowled a 6 ball over. They all tend to be 8 or 9 ball overs because of the extras. Something for him to work on. Because when he does get it right like that, it's good. He zips it in. It's got a bit of pace. If he can bowl 6 like that, he'll be a very fine bowler. Just got to work on his consistency. That's big. Hi. Ginna sona. Shaka. Shabash. Doing, as I said, not giving up, still playing his shots. Kevin D'Souza. That's 4 more. We found another master blaster in Kevin D'Souza. Another very expensive over. And the score rockets from nowhere to 95 for 3. And that run rate, which was looking huge an over ago, is more or less back to where it was. This is still game on. Start of the 8th over. Tahiri has it all to do again. Needs another one. Another good one. They've got to push. Won the first one hard, put the pressure on, especially to the fielders down there, whether it be it in fine leg or third man. It's very bubbly, very fast. Running fast, putting the pressure on the fielder. That's good work this time. Picked up well, got the ball in. One bounce into the bowler's hands. What an interesting contest this is. That run rate was always going to be high, 15, 16. It dropped down to around 13 at one stage. Then it went back up, back down, back up. Now around 16 again. And, 3 good balls here. So from Bakatir Tahiri, keeping his cool. The 9th over is going to be a big one. Who's going to bowl the 9th? I would think it should be Histro Lakov. A good over from him. The next one could kill the game. They'll probably be wanting to save him for the last. Will the captain come back on? Well bowled. Top stuff this is. Last ball. D'Souza will need to go aerial. He'll need to send this to the heavens. Wants a 6. Slower ball. Clever bowling again. Well bowled. That's a top over from a top man, showing his quality. And the run rate once more goes all the way up to 20. It's been like a roller coaster, this run rate. And I think it is going to be Lakov. So now then. A good shot. 6 runs! Pressure. First ball 6. You can see there in the marquee of the MUS team, everybody on their feet. It's another one. Oh, it's another 6. Two 6s, 2 balls. 12 of the over. Would you believe it? And I think the pressure has got to be now on Prakash Mishra, because he probably was or is going to bowl the last over. He's put another one. That's 3 out of 3. Balle, balle, balle. That's the way I like it. That's the way I like it. Chuck the fatte style. Game on. The run rate was 20. It's 18 already. 3 out of 3. Master blaster. This is mind-blowing stuff. Coming to you live. European Cricket Series. Sofia, Bulgaria. You don't get better than this. That's through the gap. That's 4 runs. There's a chase on. He's not going to get there.
That's impeccable work from Kevin D'Souza.
22 off the over already. The fast and furious of cricket. No wonder thousands of you are tuning in. New viewers every day to join the millions already watching. Wherever you are around the world. No doubt you're enjoying this. We're loving it here. Myself and Danielle. Short. That won't help his cause. The wide ball. Well, I won't repeat myself what I said about those short balls. You heard it earlier from me. Done himself no favours. That's straight hard, that's 4 runs. Incredible. Just so cool. Well, the only good thing, if there's anything about that, is that D'Souza at the moment will be at the non-striker's end. 49 of 16 balls. 17 needed of this last over. The captain of Indo-Bulgarian to bowl it. The captain of the national team. Omar Rasool on strike. Drama. He wants to really. (16 of 5). This man can do that off 3. He's shown us that in the previous over. Who's going to be the hero? Who's going to be the villain? They'll have to go to. They'll have to go to. Some people are not following the script. Yes, yes, take one more, take one more. They need D'Souza on strike. Having him at the other end is not going to make any difference to this game. He's the man. He's got his 50. Nobody's really looking at that. He's in that area. Balle, 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 kinna sona. You're watching this amazing match unfold in front of you live. European Cricket Series coming to you live from Sofia, Bulgaria. The National Sports Academy ground here.
This game has really heated up, hasn't it, Rico?
Hit hard. 4 runs. One. Well, just waiting for the update. 4 required. Off 2. 1-4-1 is the score. He doesn't need it. Well, would you believe it? Look at these scenes. Absolutely incredible. Unbelievable.
Absolutely phenomenal work coming there from Kevin D'Souza.
They were set a target of 145. Everything was going wrong for them in the field.
The European Cricket Series is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, FanCode, and Grizzly Bear Sports.
Good afternoon, good morning, good evening. Welcome back to Sofia here in Bulgaria. Charlie Hunt for the European Cricket Network, and it's a pretty similar story that I told you not long ago. It's still drizzling, and well, there's actually been a tiny break in the rain, and that's why you probably will see pictures eventually that the covers are off at the moment, but it's the stuff that's underneath it at the moment, and you can see there around the pitch as well. It's not great. And it's just going to be a matter of trying to work our best, and we will stick at it, of course, for as long as we can and try and get these games going. But of course, yeah, game 32 here is going to be delayed once more, and we'll keep delaying it until we can. Of course, the end result will be that we can go ahead and get a three-over match, and that's the cut-off point. But until then, there really isn't much more that we can tell you. The ground is soaked, and we're trying our best to battle Mother Nature. To be fair, we did really well to get into a whole week of play without only losing 4 overs throughout the week, which was rather sensational. I don't think anyone here at the ground, looking at the forecast over the few days, was actually expecting that. But it has been a tough week, but it's finally coming to the point where the rain has won at the moment, but it's probably 1-0 in terms of that battle, but hopefully we'll get that winning goal. But at the moment, we can only go ahead and take you back to another classic game, and it's going to be match 19 from back in 2020. And it's going to be an interesting one because it's going to be the Indo-Bulgarians again. They take on the Indian Turks in what was a very exciting game back on the 10th of September in 2020. So once more, if you are wanting to keep updated, of course, we will be checking it all on the website, so ecn.cricket. Go ahead, check us out on there. That's where all the live updates, that's where you get the quickest updates straight away from here live on the ground. And well, hopefully when I next see you, we might have some good news. Of course, it's brightening up at the moment, but whether or not it rains again is a different question. Until then, I can take you to match number 19 from 2020, and the commentator there is Rico Fu.
Made a good partnership. And they shall definitely be keen to help their team post a respectable total here. They will come into this game being the underdogs. They certainly won't mind me saying that. Talking to them myself, they know it. And as their captain said to me, he said, "We don't mind. We're just here to play cricket, have some fun, and if we're able to set a good target, it will give us a little bit of hope to take some early wickets and put some pressure on the Indo-Bulgarian Cricket Club team."
And now this is actually the first time that the Tuskers have won a toss this entire series. So let's see if this decision to bat first works in their favour.
Yeah, very good point. Maybe it's all about winning the toss. The Bulgarian team, Indo-Bulgarian. Well, what can I say about them apart from they are a team of good, talented players. But right on cue, one of the things the captain Prakash Mishra was saying to me is they've got to tidy up their act. They haven't fielded well. They can field better, and they've bowled an awful lot of wides and extras. And he certainly was very critical of his own side in those areas when they lost that very close game, very dramatic game to the Medical University Sofia a couple of days ago. It's a good start here at the moment from the Tuskers. Don't have to run those if you hit them that well.
So once again, the Indian Tuskers deciding to change up their starting batsmen. There's Kevin George and Faiz Mohammed, who's currently on strike.
Strolakov, the bowler. Very good all-rounder, and not surprisingly features in the Bulgarian national team. So, the first over. Just 8 runs. And Bakhtir Tahiri bowling the second. 99 man. He'll be known.
He's actually been one of the best all-rounders this whole series. And even having a look at the stats, you'll see that he has the second best economy rate, achieving 6.8 in 6 matches. And don't forget, guys, you can also check out those stats and many more at the European Cricket Network website.
Yes, he's had a very good series. He will be one of the key men as well in the semi-finals. Good shot there from Kevin George. But that doesn't deter away from what I was saying. He'll still be known as the 99 man in European Cricket Series. He's joined the 99 club until he amends that and gets 100, and then he can become one of the 100 club. He can enter the real Hall of Fame. I did speak to him briefly. Baji, he said, Baji, minu dasya nahi. Minu pata hunda main edda shot thara marda. He didn't tell me. If I knew, I wouldn't have played that shot. I would have just taken the single. And I agree with him. The skipper and his teammates, or the skipper or the teammates under the instruction of the skipper, deciding not to tell him because he would have got himself out. What's your views on that? People on the chat to tell me. If you're on 90, or if you're in the 90s, so you're approaching that magical 3-figure number, do you want to know? Do you want the team to tell you? You want somebody to call out and say, "Oh, yaar, 99 ban gaya. Apni 100 bana ke aayi." Do you want that? Do you want them not to tell you? Is that going to put you under pressure? It's a delicate shot. Fielder there. Did keep his eye on it, but couldn't stop it. It bubbled and bubbled and bubbled. And in the end, trying to stop it with his feet. Seen that a number of times today. So yeah, get on the chat. We've enjoyed having your company. Tell us, boys. Batsmen, do you want to know or don't you want to know? And if you do, why? And if you don't, why? Be interesting to know. Me, I'd want to know.
I'm seeing this from both sides. So it really depends how Tahiri would have interpreted it. But I guess we'll never know.
18 for 2. Gandeep Singh, he bowled very well yesterday. Tidied up his act. In he comes. Starts with a wide. He was on a hat-trick himself. And nearly had it. Batsman got bad onto ball, just going over the close fielder for 2 runs when he was on that hat-trick ball. He's not got his run right here. Just saw him running in there, he just lost it. Just stop and go back to your mark. You don't have to bowl it. Umpire calls a dead ball and get on with it. Let's see if he's better here. Here he comes. Yeah, that looks better. And a much better ball. $19. No wickets. Ooh. Good bowling. Oh, there you go. Well, when he gets it right, he does get it right. Watch this, I think a little bit of way movement perhaps. No, not so much. Hitting the seam and just going straight on. Probably didn't get far forward enough, a little bit slow. Getting the bat down. So Kevin George, out bowled. Gandeep Singh. Singh continues the good form he's in. He certainly will move up the table of wicket takers. Remember, got 2 matches here. The Indo-Bulgarian team. They're straight back on after this one as well. Got a little bit of a break in between. It's a good opportunity for them with bat, ball, to put in some good performances, and hopefully that will help the team rack up 4 more points. Click John replaces Kevin George. He's just had a good innings. Asking the question, but I think Lick was going forward and also going towards the leg side, so must have hit him well outside the line of leg stump. That one will be wide. It's a good take from the keeper. Was he over? I thought it looked quite wide to me. Umpire quite happy. Must have been right on the line.
To the umpire, Samuel Williams, now signalling the end of the power play.
Good over from in deep. No runs off the bat in that over. 2 wides. The rest dot balls, including a wicket. 20 for 1. Fayaz Mahmood on strike. It's not the same man that he has been in this series today with that injury.
We really saw him shine in day 2. And now Agil Ahmedev bowling to Fayaz Mohammed, who's on strike.
It's a nice shot. Straight to the man. Good throw in. Nobody backing up though. Race is away.
And the Indian Tuskers steal a run there. They're hoping to get anything that they can to be in contention of 4th place tomorrow when they play in the semi-finals.
That one stayed low.
Some good bowling there from Ahmedel.
Chipped it. Safe area. 2 men back there on the boundary. Hindu Bulgarian Cricket Club just quite happy to allow the Tuskers to take the singles. They're patrolling the boundary very well. That's another nice shot. They'll have to get down low. Oh dear, oh dear, oh dear. This is what Prakash Mishra was having a long chat to me about, saying, you know, yeah, we got good performance, we play well, we bat well, but we do let ourselves down sometimes with lack of concentration. Another example of it, we've seen that twice now, and that's 8 runs in contents of the match that's been given away. That should only be 2 runs. And they soon add up. Prakash, captain, also the captain of the national team. That's a great shot. That's a very good shot. played that very well. That little knock he had towards the end of that last innings certainly done him some good, and that's exactly what I was talking about. Just saying to the guys, who it doesn't matter if that game is well out of your reach. Make the most of it. Try and play some nice shots, which he and Nitin Sunil did. They put a good partnership in together, and it's given him a good bit of form. The 4 runs of Prakash's first ball. Now Prakash is one of the leading wicket takers. I think he was joint at the top before the start of today. And one of the reasons is because he has a very, very good slow delivery. It's hard to pick. And we've seen it take at least, if not 3, 4 wickets. And I'm sure we'll see that come into play. There we go. There it is. Asked the question, but I think it was always going down the leg. Yeah, that's his demon ball. And if teams have been watching it all week like I have, and millions of you watching at home, they will know about it and be looking out for it. He wants it, but the non-striker doesn't. And that's why. Too close for comfort. Indo-Bulgarian certainly getting through the overs very quickly. It's a slow one again. Gets enough bat onto this. That should go away for 4 runs. No, it is swept on the boundary, covered good ground, and run all the way from Cal. Good work, just the 2. So used to the ball racing to the boundary that you're almost surprised when it doesn't. Good shot. Will it be tidied up this time? No, is the answer to that. And the captain puts his head down and says, not again. Looks like that's 5 overs. Are we taking drinks? It should be. It's still very, very warm out there. I think Prakash is probably saying, no, we're all right, we can carry on. But rightly so, the 2 batsmen say no. Sam Williams is okay. So while the players get ready after this break, I'm pleased to welcome, joining me on Commentary Hill, as we call it, set up here on the top of the mound in the high tower, the captain of the Medical University Sofia. Welcome. How are you, Nisag?
Thank you. I'm good. How are you?
Very well. You're out of breath.
Yeah.
You've been working out?
Yeah, it's been a long day, long week. It's had good fun though.
How's it out there in the heat? You feel it?
It's tough. It's tough. Everyone's feeling it. But it's the first time we've played so much cricket in a week. But it's been good fun. Great fun.
What's been your highlight so far?
has to be the IBCC game. Never seen an innings like that by Kevin D'Souza. So that was something special, that was.
Yeah, I mean, going back now, if you went back to day one,
Yeah.
you were the first guys up.
Yep.
And from that first innings, memory again, off my memory, about 70 runs, I
Yep.
think.
70 all out or
70 off whatever.
something. Yeah.
And I think they were knocked off reasonably comfortably.
Yeah.
The transformation from that game to where you are now is immense.
Immense, yeah. Everything has improved. Our bowling, batting, fielding, everything has gone up from the first day. I think first day everyone had a bit of nerves as well, being on camera. It was new pitch, new teams. No one knew what to expect, and obviously our team wasn't full as well at that time. But you know, throughout as we've played on the pitch, we've learned more things, and it's been good.
I think also perhaps a lot of caution, because when I was watching, and not just your team, I think the Dons probably were the same as well.
Yeah.
It was very cautious. You weren't really playing. It was almost like you're playing all-day games. All the batsmen were playing very correctly, taking singles, not playing any shots across the line.
Yeah.
And for someone like myself that's been watching a lot of T10 cricket,
Yep.
it was nice to see, because you're seeing a lot of people will say proper cricket being played, but at the same time it was frustrating, because you're saying, okay guys, you've got to get a move on now, the
You
run
need the
chase is on.
potential, yeah.
So it was a little bit like that, but all of a sudden it's almost like you've cottoned onto the game, cottoned onto what's required, and stepped up the mark big time.
Yeah, definitely. It's been brilliant to see everyone. Like even yesterday with Plovdiv, with the partnership, Sam getting 100, and even today with our partnership of I think it was 150. It was nearly the highest partnership.
It was about
Rasool
160
D'Souza.
odd. Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, in that game, the way it was going, two records could have been broken. One was the highest opening partnership,
Yeah.
which is in the air, should be safe. One bounce 4. Yeah, there was the highest individual partnership, which if it was broken would have only lasted for the day, because
Yeah.
as you know, that was only broken yesterday by Desan and Saim.
Yep.
And then also the highest individual score in the European Cricket Series, which is 197, and you finished just 13 behind. And I felt that perhaps I think maybe D'Souza at one point just sort of took his foot off the pedal a little bit, and if he kept going,
Yeah.
I think you would have got that 98-5. I think you were. But it's not just about breaking records; it's about playing. You guys play with a lot of respect for each other,
Yeah.
which is nice to see. Majority of your side, all students.
Yeah. We're
Yeah.
all students. All of us students. Most of us are 4th or 5th years. We've got majority of us are 3rd, 4th, or 5th years.
Yeah.
Yeah, but we've been here for a long time. It's been good. It's good to see cricket in Bulgaria improving. We started the cricket off from our year in medical university here when we came, because no one knew cricket at our uni, and we started it. And I like how we managed to get it up to this level. It's been great to see progress.
And how about the national team? Are you part of the setup there?
So yeah, we play the national team regularly, indoors and outdoors. It's a great shot.
Yeah, I was just looking. Wonderful shot played there. You can hear, I don't know if you can hear the guys from the dugout, from the tents. Maro, chak de, patte, chak de. He certainly got hold of that. It was a big hit. Nice big 6. And that was Click John.
Yeah, it was clicks, yeah.
Now I was saying one of the things earlier, maybe as a captain you agree with me, when your side's not performing well and when the chips are down and maybe you're in a situation where you know you're not going to win the game. Well, in a series like this, when you've got more games to come, I suppose the main thing is just to try and achieve the best you can from that situation. Did you agree?
Exactly. You're not going to get this opportunity again. You might as well do your best, bowl your best, bat your best, and field your best. Doesn't matter where you play. you're going to get a chance on the field, either as a fielder, as a bowler, or a batsman, and you just have to do the best you can do. And no one's going to blame you if you do your best.
Absolutely, and this is where I think Click John and Nitin Sunil, that's another fine shot. It's in the gap.
Great shot.
4 runs.
It's brilliant stuff from Clicks.
Yeah, and this is what I was saying. He did this. He put a nice pot. The chips were down. They were 12 for 4, and then him and Nitin Sunil just decided, you know, we're just gonna get in, just gonna play some shots. They put a nice partnership together of about 60+ runs, and that form has taken him here. And that's what it's all about. Not to give up, not to put your heads down. Now, how do you, as a captain, if you're in that boat? Well, let's say, for example, that outstanding match when you chased 144.
Yeah.
How did you keep your team interested?
We just went in them with the mindset that so far that was I believe that was the highest score. Before that, no one had scored above 120 odd, and we were like, okay, we've gone in. We knew we were struggling with our bowling, but we said we've got a strong batting lineup, and we've got nothing to lose. We might as well go out on the attack first ball, and we did. I think the main thing we did was we put pressure on the field. As well as hitting the boundaries, we respected the good balls and took those for 1s and 2s. Yeah,
I know during that game, I mean, Danielle, as you know, is very much part of your setup.
Yep.
He's one of yours, and his head was down, and he was like, oh, well, you know, and when that 144 was posted, he was the first to say, well, you know, they just got to learn from it and pick themselves up. And I said, well, look, it's not game over yet. It's just halfway stage. Anything can happen. And it was interesting how that game, the run rate started off around 15. Let's watch this ball through. Started around 15. And you guys kept it up for the first few overs. Then, all of a sudden, it rocketed up to 20, 22. And then I suppose that wicket that went, there was me saying, oh, what a bad wicket to lose. But looking back in hindsight, what a great wicket to lose, because it brought in Kevin D'Souza. My word, did he hit it? He's a master blaster, isn't he? I mean, 67 of 20. And then today he showed it's no fluke.
No.
You know?
And today he showed that he could do more than just hit the ball. He played a couple of good defences. He knocked the ball around as well. So you know he's not just a one-man band. He does everything.
And your wicket-keeper.
Yeah.
I mean... He came out and we were a bit surprised with the opening pair. We thought, okay, there's been a change made here, not sure why, but well, D'Souza we knew he had his eye in, so it made sense him coming back out to carry on where we left off. But with Rasul coming out, we thought, okay, this is just to try and give him a game, try to get him prepared, and make sure that all the batsmen that you've got that can bat do bat. But he came out and he just led, didn't he?
Yeah.
He was out batting Kevin D'Souza. Now that takes some doing.
It does indeed. We knew Omar could bat. We knew he could always bat. He's played in Ireland. He used to play, I believe, under 19s Ireland. And we knew he was a quality batsman, but he just hadn't had a chance because our top 3 fired so well. So we thought we'll give him a chance opening, and we'll give a rest to the openers, Nishan and Nikhil.
Picked that up well. Fielder there, though, does well. Yeah, certainly I've noted in your team the same as the Dons, and maybe even the same of in the Bulgarian. You don't see all the batsmen, and that's the thing with T10. T10, you could have a team loaded with good all-rounders, but sometimes from number 5 onwards, you don't see what's to come. And in the case of the Dons, you know, you got the captain Kiran and Saeem. They seem to be doing a lot of the work. Sunam Ali then comes in and smashes. Sulaiman Ali comes in, smashes about a bit. So we don't really see the others unless maybe there's 2 or 3 overs to go where they're just coming in and having a swing. So when the opportunity is there and the players are able to step up and take it, it's fantastic and great for a captain.
It is, yeah. That's why we decided, we'll change things up a bit. We'll give the 2 people that have batted the most so far a bit of a rest and see how it goes. Get them prepared for tomorrow, finals day.
Yeah, why not? And in finals day, who would you prefer? What are you thinking?
I say we back ourselves to win it, obviously.
So who would you rather play in that first semi-final? You got any preferences? Or are you just happy to,
I think we can take anyone on.
Yeah, I think on your day you can.
We've beat every team so far, so I think everyone we've come across, we've given them a good run for their money.
So looking forward to the finals day.
Yeah.
And I'm certainly looking forward to bringing that to you folks. Remember, there's another match after this to come. And at the moment, the Tuskers, they're doing a pretty good job. Coming up to the end of the moving along quite nicely. 7 overs gone. This the 8th. So they'll be quite happy with this. Remember the Tuskers, they've posted their highest score so far has been 90. They would be, that's another good shot. This time it's beaten the man, 4 runs. Yeah, so they'll be interested in making it past the 90 runs mark and putting a little bit of pressure on the Indo-Bulgarians.
I'm sure it'd be a great morale boost for them as well if they get a good win or if they get close to winning against these guys. These guys have led the tournament quite nicely. They've been on top of every team.
Yeah, they have. They'll be looking to make it 2 out of 2 in the games today. And, well, like we were saying, me and Danielle, we'll have to see after the last game today, the Barbarians playing Indo-Bulgaria. After that game, we'll know who's playing who. All of you, wherever you're listening, if you go into the European Cricket Network, you can follow it as well. And no doubt we will give you that inside information, who's playing when and at what time. But for now, Nisarg, it's been an absolute pleasure.
Thank you.
Best of luck to you and your team.
Thank you.
For finals day. 2 more matches.
Yep.
Win them both.
Yep.
And you could be the first team in the European Cricket Series, the very first one in Bulgaria to be crowned the Bulgarian champions. Best of luck to you, buddy.
Thank you very much.
Nice chatting to you. Gandeep Singh bowling the night. That's going in the air, but we'll be safe with all the men patrolling the boundary. Nisarg Shah, the captain of the Medical University Sofia, chatting to me there. That's well hit. Well fielded as well. John playing very much a supporting role, carrying on from where he left off. An excellent effort though from Faiz Mohammed, approaching his 50 at the non-strikers end at the moment. He's on 45 of 21 balls, and if he gets that 50, he won't be feeling the pain of the knee injury that he has as much as he would have been an hour ago. It's well hit, play under it. It's Prakash, the captain, getting his body behind it, but still managing to ricochet for a single. Faiz Mohammed taking the single. End of the over. Goes back on strike. So 9 overs gone. 75 for 1. Faiz Mohammed on 46 and on strike. Good shot. And that's it. 50 for him. Well batted. He's been injured. Told me that. First thing this morning. Didn't think he was going to bowl, but the captain needed him, so he bowled off a few paces. And batting-wise, he's opened in every game. You can see that he wasn't right in the last one, but here he's played through the pain barrier, and he scored a very, very good 50. So another man score a 50. Good work from him.
There we have Ivan Dimitrov, the umpire on square leg, just sorting out the stumps on the striker's end.
Let's give that a nice hit. Deep Singh, Fields, being asked to get the ball in quickly, so there's no chance of a second. Don't look like they're going to get the 90, which would have achieved another personal best score for them. Good hit. Oh, nearly squeezed through. No, it's not 90, is it? I'm just getting my teams mixed up here. This is the Tuskers, of course. So they've got to 147, have they, in one of their games?
Yes, they did. And it was 137.
137, yeah.
137.
Yeah, so well below what they can do.
It's just that for today for them, unfortunately, they've been getting some low scores in their games.
Yeah, that's the end of the innings. Of course, I was thinking of the Barbarians. The Barbarians Cricket Club, who have shown great improvement in every game. They like from getting the highest score for their team, 79, improving that into the 80s yesterday, and then doing one better before the day is closed, 90. And hopefully in their last game of the group stages against this team out there that have just finished fielding Indo-Bulgarian, they'll be able to continue and do one better. But that's the end of that innings. The Tuskers, well, 83 for 1.
Now if they can work on that bowling and minimize the extras and definitely sort out their fielding positions, it will be definitely a doable task, keeping the Indo-Bulgarians under their target of 84.
Yeah, it will take some doing, and to do it we'll need, I would say, 3 quick wickets. But the Indo-Bulgarians, I think they're the sort of team that regardless of the total they're chasing, or regardless of whether they're chasing or batting first, they bat one way. They'll come out here and just play the normal game. So it'll either be a very quick finish, or if they get themselves in a bit of trouble and give the Indian Tuskers an opportunity to get their tails up, they'll have a battle on their hands. We will find out. We're going to take a short break now, get some more fluid in us, and be right back to see how the Indo-Bulgarian, in the first of 2 matches they've got here, they come back up again next against the Barbarian, but they'll be wanting to finish the job here first. We'll be right back. Ciao for now. Welcome back. The umpire, Sam Williams, is waiting for the batsmen to take their places. If you're just joining us, Indo-Bulgarian Cricket Club coming in to play their innings and chase down hopefully a target of 84 that's been set by them by the Indian Tuskers. They'll be hoping that it's straightforward. They're not a team that like to hang around.
The European Cricket Series is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, FanCode, and Grizzly Bear Sports.
Good afternoon. Welcome back to Sofia with myself, Charlie Hunt, on the European Cricket Network. And again, I've got some not the best of news to bring to you. Match 32 here today has officially been abandoned. So the points between Pleven and Sofia Spartans, they will be shared. Well, if you're a Pleven fan, good news. They finally got some points on the board. And I know that there was a bit of a roar around the ground when they were told that they actually got some points. So they were pretty happy and they were pretty content. But at the moment, well, the conditions haven't really changed. The rain is still coming and going, but at the moment, again, the main issue that I said in the chat, if you're in there, is the fact that the outfield is just too wet at the moment. There's a lot of areas where it's slippy and it's sliding. It's a bit like quicksand. You put your foot in it and you almost sink straight away. We're waiting and hoping for a little bit of bright sunshine, but at the moment it's not coming. But hey, fingers crossed, toes crossed, everything else crossed that we can maybe get a game in, maybe two. You never know. We will keep our fingers crossed. But up until that point, we can still just keep going back to these classic matches, and it's going to be another interesting one as we return to that match on the 10th of September back in 2020, match number 19. And yeah, we can go to that game. Rico Full will take us through the second innings of that one. But here at the moment, not really anything positive to tell you, but we're keeping our fingers crossed. Until then, we can go to that match with Rico Full.
They will know that they are already in the semi-finals. What they don't know is, or what we don't know is yet, is who will be playing who. And we also don't know for sure which of the 5 teams will miss out. Any one of the Tuskers or Barbarians. Can go through. So, having a look, the bowler, the captain will take the responsibility to give his team a good start. That'll race away for 4.
Nice shot there from Bakhtar Tahiri.
Yeah.
Opening the innings very well.
Yep. Not sure if he knew too much about it. It's probably not where he was looking to play it. But it's like we say, if you swing hard enough in T10, it's not that normal to have slips and second slips. Here we go again. He's done the same again. Now, before the start of today, 385 runs he scored. So now that, if you include those 8 runs, 393 in this, his 7th match. And sorry to remind him and remind you that he was also the man out of 99, so in the 99 club. In terms of European Cricket Series. A great bat though, a great all-rounder. He'll be another one for sure will be knocking on the door of the Bulgarian national team, wanting to make sure that in this match and the remaining 2 matches that will be played by the teams that make the semi-finals, that he'll impress even more. But I've certainly been very impressed with him. Good throw, and he'd be in trouble, you know. Very slow setting off. Sid Kulami.
Now Sid's on strike. And I do believe this is another change up to their starting batsman.
Yeah, definitely. Not. It's normally Histra, 45, that the 2 of them open up. But Sid gets the nod. End of the over. 10 runs. That's all they need to do. That's more than enough to see them win this game. Over pitch, smashed away through the gap, 4 runs. Yeah, that's just easy pickings, that slow, gentle full toss. Outside off stump, just smashes it away. Akshay Harik Kumar.
Now he has taken a few wickets today. Akshay Harikumar.
Yeah, I think he's a useful all-rounder for them, and also a very busy man in the field.
Just a shot there of the umpire at the bowler's end, which is Sam Williams.
Yeah, he got away with the one before this, where you could see Sam just having a look and deciding, no, I think it just was inside the line, but this one was even wider. Not getting away with that. It's a wide ball. That's a nice shot. Balle, balle, balle. That's the start of the 6s. First one up of this innings. Sid Kulkarni. Has Sid batted yet, or is he a new addition to the team? It's not a name I remember. Either that or he hasn't really had a chance to perform as yet. Certainly played that one nicely. Seemed to have a lot of time.
Now I do believe we did see Sid bat once before, and that was actually yesterday in the 15th match of this series, and again against the Indo-Bulgarians.
Well bowled. Well dug out. Good cricket all round.
Now, Indo-Bulgarians just needing 8 runs per over in order to meet their target of 84.
Well, he wants a wide. The umpire says don't be silly. And in the end, the very unusual dot ball. That's the end of the over. 23. 2 gone. So at the moment, plodding along without having to do too much. Appeals coming from all around the ground, where of course all of these fielders can see that the ball was going on to hit the stumps. Of course not. Missing leg. It's better ball. Good ball. So Ramon Lazarios, captain, finishing his spell, knowing he wants to try and get a wicket for his team. That's a delightful little shot. Ball will race away. Man is after it, won't get there. So Sid Kulami. Brings up another boundary for him. These two just batting with no pressure on at the moment. But this will be interesting. Big appeal. Seemed to cut him in half. Stayed low, lower than you would have expected. Interesting to see the line the ball took. Here we go. Missing leg. Good decision. Go through for the leg by. Tahiri plays and misses. Well, ball by the captain. Good end to his spell. Now looks around and says, okay, who's going to be next? Just the 5 from the over, which was the boundary and the leg by. Kevin George, if he puts it in the right areas, I think he's quite effective. Tuskers seem to have a spring in their step in this game, unlike the previous one, when they were really battered out of the game. They did a lot of chasing, and at the halfway stage they'd already had lost interest. But in this one, for it.
They're being a lot more vocal than in the previous two matches, actually.
A lot more vocal, a lot more positive. You're absolutely right, Daniel. They are. That's a big long handle. The ball will win the chase. 4 runs. Kevin George just making some adjustments to the field. Of course, the power play is now over. He can spread the men back. Top ball. Nobody deep on the offside. So third man, fine leg on the boundary, and 3 on the leg side. Fuller ball, just getting the line wrong, going down leg. And Faiz Mohammed also here at mid-off. So mid-off, mid-on. Cow behind square, third man. Still trying to hit down the leg. This one he should have been getting to the pitch of it and hitting it through the off. There's nobody there on the offside. Every man, the 3 men there, all on the ring. Big finish here from Kevin George to the over. Just a single to finish. That's a good over. Went for 4 off the first ball. Bowled her wide. Because of that wide, he has 1 more to bowl. The bowl, that could be close. Of course, the one thing the umpire has to take into account is he's bowling around the wicket. And well, the ball's got to do an awful lot if you're gonna get that. Yeah, we put some questions to you on the chat. One of them was about if you're on 99, would you want to know or not? Quite a few of you have come back and said all sorts of things. Here's another one for you. So what do you think about this ruling then, about, not ruling really, but about this bowler bowling round the wicket, like you saw there, going for the LBW? What's your views? Yes or no? Remember, the argument is, well, if you're coming around the wicket, well, the ball naturally is not going to be wicket to wicket, is it? If you're right arm over. And are you going to be 100% sure as an umpire that the line of that ball and the angle of it is going to go on? once it hits the pads to go on and hit the wickets. Lots of debates about that sometimes. What are your views? Let us know. Hashtag Rico or hashtag Danielle. Be interested to hear your thoughts. Meanwhile, Click John. Done a good job with the bat today. Can he follow up with the ball? It's hit hard. Is he going to split the fielders? It doesn't. Fayez Mahmood gets down well despite his injury. No hiding. No hiding in the field if you've got an injury. No matter where you go, the ball's going to follow you. Nice tidy work from him. Just a single. It's going to go over the man. I saw him, he came in too soon. I don't know if we'll see this in the replay. If he stayed where he was, as soon as his ball was hit, it started coming in. And then he was out of position. If he stayed where he was, I think that was straight down his throat. Yeah, we see he's come in there, then he started to back pedal. They'd be grateful of that boundary because they were just starting to get a bit bogged down. .36. And then that boundary, moving him on to 42. Getting them back on track where they want to be. They didn't want a tight over here at the just before they take some liquid on board, the halfway stage of this innings. And they'll take any extra runs available in the last few balls. Well hit, should just be a single. Fayez Mahmood, Mohammed also backing up in case there was a divot or a bubble or a misfield, and he was there to tidy it up. Here we go, end of the fifth. .44 without loss. So that basically means they need to go at 8 and over. 40 runs of 30 balls. Credit to the Indian Tuskers so far. They've managed to, apart from the one or two big hits, managed to keep the Indo-Bulgarian CC quite contained. Halfway stage, still very much in this game.
The Indo-Bulgarians only need 40 runs in 30 balls, last 5 overs. Now that is definitely very doable with this team. So the Indian Tuskers needs to be very careful and strategic with how they play.
So just having a look at who's going to bowl this. The 6th over, looks like it's 17 on the sheet. Kevin George.
Once again, he'll be bowling, and he did have quite a good over for this first one, having only conceded 6 runs there.
Wow. Batsman asking the question. No, says the umpire. Must admit from here looked pretty wide. Now was that because the batsman also did step away from it? Hard to say. In he comes again. Still bowling round the wicket. Right arm round. Banks this in. And that should be straight down his throat. It is. Wicket goes down to the delight of the Tuskers. They are happy. You'd think they'd won the game.
Rightfully so, they should be happy taking down Bahiktia Tahiri.
Yeah, I think he got frustrated. This is not his type of innings, is it? I mean, he's scored less almost at getting that runner ball. Well, he did, now that he's out. He scored that runner ball, that's not like him at all. I think yesterday of 15 balls, he was probably on about 70. Big wicket. Could also be that's I don't know, maybe it's the first wicket. It's not the first wicket that George has taken, I don't think, but it may be the first catch. So Benjamin is the man taking the catch, to the delight of the Indian Tuskers. They certainly got their energy levels back up after that last game. Well done to them. And well done to Kevin George. Gets the big man out.
But despite that take and that low score from Tahiri, he's still at the top of the table with now 400 runs.
Exactly 400
7
runs.
matches.
Wow. So, Lakov, straight off the mark. That was well bowled again. Feeling the pressure a bit, in the Bulgarian here. They need one good over to sort of down the leg. He's looking at, well, batsman feeling that probably feeling that the bowlers are getting away with some loose deliveries here.
And I assume Crystal is giving some words of encouragement there to Sid, making sure not to let him get in his head.
Well, finally, they get a wide and they'll be happy about that. And that one did look wide. Yeah, Histro's probably saying, look, calm down, buddy. You're trying to hit the leather of the ball. You don't have to time it, get in position. He made a good start, Sid, and now his strike rate, which was pretty good early on, it's gone to scoring 24 of 20 balls. Well bowled by Kevin George. He has a big smile on his face, and so he should. Takes the big wicket of Bahiktia Tahiri.
Definitely some great work from Kevin George. And that over has brought them back
back in it. 8 and over goes to 9.5. Only 2 runs from it, but also a wicket. This is going to be, I think, a turning point. Faiz Mohammed, he's sort of been tossing them up. If he gets it right, it's useful. If he doesn't, he can get dispatched. He's Straw the man. We know he can hit it hard. Let's see how it goes. Starts with a wide. Nine and over we're at. Yes, he's got his man. And they're loving it.
2 of Indo-Bulgarian cricket club's hardest hitters now gone.
Yeah, I mean, the captain made a brave call there, I think, Ramon Lazarius. It's paid off. It could have gone one way or the other. At the moment, it's gone the Tuskers' way. And Prakash Mishra, the captain, coming out. Prakash, I've only seen bat one way. And that's just attack, attack, attack. Sid Kulami at the other end. He's had a few swing and misses. Probably a little fortunate to still be there himself. Now the 2 of these batsmen are in at a critical stage. But with that wicket, the pressure mounts. They need to get some runs off this over. I tell you what, Mohammed Fayaz, he's got an injury, but when he took that wicket, did he not charge down to the other end in delight? Didn't feel any pain then. Batsman wanting the wides. The umpire saying, you see that bit of wood in your hands? Called a bat, use it. Should be stopped, hopefully it will be. It will. Is there any bat on that? Yes. 1 run goes on to Sid's total. Not very convincing. Still having a little chat with Sam Williams, saying, wasn't that wide? Sam Williams says, no. Did you see my arms go up? Well bowled. Prakash just dropping the bat on it, taking no chances at the moment. Indian Tuskers be more than happy so far. They won't mind the singles. Singles will just make that run rate creep up.
Come on, Cliff. That's easy.
The gamble so far paid off. Tidy over. Big wicket. 52, 51 for 2. .33 needed. 11 and over.
And that's gone to double digits for the Indo-Bulgarians, who in the past few overs, have seen quite a tumble.
Definitely. See who's coming on to bowl now. Click John. They were just wanting to bowl a nice, tidy 6 balls. Try not to give any extras. Keep applying the pressure. And that's the first of them. Dot ball.
Very well done to Click John there.
Before the start of this innings, we were thinking that it will either be over very quickly, or if the Indian Tuskers could take a couple of those big wickets, they could put the pressure on and take it to the wire. And that's what the Tuskers are doing. And Sid not helping the team's cause, missing out on balls like that. Full toss on the legs. Dot ball. Well, the pressure's certainly showing on Sid Kulami. He looked quite comfortable when he first went in. Played some nice shots. Seemed to be stroking the ball around nicely. And now he cannot get bat on ball. Wide ball, just the 1 run. Click John will be hoping that that extra 1 ball doesn't end up being the one that's been dispatched for 6 runs, which releases some of the pressure being put on the Bulgarian at the moment. Certainly Sid has to go after this, and if he can't, well, if he's out, the next man can. Look at the difference in the field between now and the last game. The game against Medical University Sofia, nobody was moving, nobody cared. There was no noise. Bowlers been dispatched all over the place. Fielders were just standing, hands on hips. And there, the ball being played, going softly along the ground. And Jake Matthew ran all the way towards the boundary here to make sure that if it did go past the fielder, he was there to stop it. That'll be probably another wide. So that goes down as 2 runs. This was the only one thing I was saying. Click John just got to bowl 6 balls, tight balls on the stumps. He's given 3 away in wide so far. If he could tidy it back up again and keep it to under 10 in the over, he would have done his job. What he has done though, because they've run off the wide, is he's taken Prakash off strike, and Prakash will be keen to get on strike because Sid Kulumali has dried up. Finally gets bat onto ball, but still doesn't time it. His captain is making him run too. I know it sounds ruthless, but if I was the captain, I'd be saying to Sid, look mate, you've been in for 27 balls. You're going running over. That's no good to us at this stage. Play some shots, swing the bat. You either hit the ball and hit some runs, or you get out and let the next man come in and take your place. Because at the moment, just putting us under pressure. Well, appealing for... Okay, the ball did go in, hit the pad, but Sid just leaving it. He's been doing that. He's been trying to get as many wides as he can. He's got a bat in his hand. He's got to use that as well. He just leaned away from that and was trying to get the wide, but the ball hit him on the pads.
Even there, an appeal from the Indian Tuskers, but just left Nitin Sunil.
They've got to take the single. That's silly, really. Sorry, Daniel, for cutting you there in mid-flow. But Prakash missed out on a full toss, which in normal circumstances he would have been putting over our heads for 6. The keeper has the ball and then trying to run him out, and in the end giving him the single, which was a silly thing to do for more than one reason. 2 of them being, one, they get a run. Secondly, he goes back on strike, because I think that was the end of the over. Eight gone. 59 for 2. Look at the run rate. So then, it's going to have to be a blazing finish. That's hit hard. It could be going all the way. It is. 6 runs. He played a similar shot to that yesterday. This one wasn't as big. And the wicketkeeper, he'll be feeling the pressure of that decision he made to go for a very unnecessary throw at the stumps. Gave the batsman a single and gave Prakash Mishra, the captain, the strike. Sometimes we say in tight games, the team that plays smart cricket ends up the team that wins the match. Six, first ball. Hit hard, didn't quite time it. He's saying go for 2. I think Prakash, as ruthless it may seem, was right in that.
I think so as well. It could have been, well, it is Sid's time. I don't think the captain, Prakash, was too happy with him not achieving those high runs that they need so desperately now.
Yeah, I think, 29 or 28 balls, especially when he made a good start, run a ball. You don't want a man who's scoring a run a ball at the other end, not when you need 12 and over. If I was the bowler, would I have knocked the bells off and run him out? I don't think I would, Daniel. I don't think I would have.
Yes, definitely.
I would have said, you can stay here because we like what you're doing. Because it's certainly a new man in now. He's obviously been sent to get the ball and hit it hard. We shall see. We could be wrong. We could be reading this completely. Prakash, he needs to get after this. There he goes. Oh, there is a man there. It's a great catch. Catch. Who's taken that catch, mate?
And that is the captain, Ramal Las, really putting in the work there and bringing so much joy. Cat.
And some big catches. This was important. This was big. Excellent work. Romaldo Lazarios.
And there goes the captain, Prakash Mishra. He did have quite a few good balls, but unfortunately for him,
just the one big hit.
exactly.
So who have we got on strike here now? Played that well. It should be just a single. It is.
On strike, we have, I believe, number Singh.
So Rohit Singh. Left hand. So they'll have to think about this field. Somebody's going to have to go back on that boundary at leg side, surely. Got to take just a few seconds to have a think. The bowler, yeah, the bowler sees that straight away. Akashay Harikuma, I like this guy. He's bowled well, batted well. He's got his mind in the game. Well, they're quite happy just to take a single. I think it's the last ball. Need a boundary here. Got to find the boundary. That's very well bowled. Is it within the line? No, it's not. Ends up being a wide. Well, what a last over we're going to have again. Will it be the batting side that once more will come on top? Will Indo-Bulgarians find a hero, or will it be this time the fielding side? That's just we've got to try and come back. I would have thought they don't. Now these two will have to have a good talk and say, right, what's the plan? Looking at the score, 71 is what I think it may be. 71. Four wickets down. Last over.
13 runs required.
And it's Fayaz Mohammed. Gotta go, go. Don't know why they're even thinking about seeing if just got to run. Rohit Singh is being kept. At the end, he doesn't want to be.
Now, Agat Sagul has been known to be a hard hitter. As you can see by the shots that he's trying to play. Now the Indo-Bulgarians definitely need this if they want to secure that win.
11 needed of 4. Fayaz Mohammed. No extras, please, says the skip. Got good a bit of bat on this. It's racing away. That's 4 of them. But where's the man on that boundary? Nobody there. They need boundaries. There's nobody there, and it's only now that somebody's saying, "Wait, there's nobody there." Number 17, Kevin George, is saying, "Look, we've got to have somebody there."
If you notice, they actually did no changes from when Rohit Singh was batting on that last over.
Well spotted.
So they really need to keep an eye out.
But I was just about to say, having said that, Kevin George gone across, but just stays in the ring. Now he's being pushed out. It's got to be on that boundary. Hit that hard. They've got to chase. They've got to go. They've got to go. Got to go back. And once again, oh dear, oh dear.
Some very poor fielding there.
Oh dear, oh dear, oh dear. Well, you wouldn't have expected an experienced campaigner, Fayez Mohammed, to do that.
Yeah, that was very costly for them.
Or maybe it's part of the plan. Get Ahmadel off the strike and put Rohit Sharma on strike. So left-hander now, field being adjusted. Let's just have a check of the scores. Score is on. It says 80 over there. Is it 80? 80 is the score. 4 needed. They've got to run hard, got to be up and down. He's got to go. Don't know what they're ball watching for. Take another, they've got to take another, they've got to go. I can't believe it. What are they doing? Unbelievable.
Now, visible frustration there coming off of Agal Gail.
Well, he's probably saying to Rohit, what are you doing, man? You got to run. What do you mean saying no? If there was a run out there, what difference would it have made? But if there wasn't, that's the 3 scores tied. One ball to come. One behind. They've got to go. They've got to go. They've got to come back, whatever. Got to come back. Scores tied. The umpires will confer and check with the scorers. If the scores are tied, we're in for a golden ball, folks.
Now, this game has definitely gone down to the wire, hasn't it, Rika?
Well, would you believe it? We have had everything here. Now the scorers will confer with the umpires. So golden ball. I'm just waiting for the update before I talk. I don't want to talk about something that match is tied. So we do have a golden ball. Wow. We've been talking about history being made here in this tournament in Sofia, Bulgaria, at this spectacular ground. The Sports Academy ground here. On the golden ball. So basically this is what it comes down to. The same batsman. So the batsman who was on strike, which, was it Rohit Sharma or did Rohit Sharma hit the single? I think Rohit Sharma, the left-hander, played the single, which would mean Ahmadel is the batsman on strike, but that will be confirmed by the scorers. The last shot, I think, was probably played by Sharma. So whoever the batsman was at the striker's end stays at the striker's end. And Fayez Mohammed, who was the last bowler, is to bowl the ball. It's one ball, hence the title of the golden ball. And it comes down to something that's very simple. One ball, the batting side need to score 2 or more to win. So whatever happens, maybe we should send a telegraph to these batsmen. Whatever happens, just run. No point looking at the ball, no point looking at each other, because it's the indecisive running that has taken this game to where it is. If the running was better, this game would not be at the golden ball. So, Indo-Bulgarians, you should have this in the bag. You haven't. It now comes down to the golden ball. Tuskers, Indian Tuskers, haven't you done a marvellous job coming back from where you were in the game before, dead and buried? Romaldo Lazorius He was telling me that his last name, Lazarios, means back from the dead. Indian Tuskers have come back from the dead. So, here we go.
So strikers end, we have Ahmedel. And now we have on the non-striking end, Gagandeep Singh. I believe that change from the Indo-Bulgarians.
So here we go. 2 or more to the batting side. They win it. If they can't get the 2, fielding side fires. Mohammed. And that's it. The Tuskers have done it.
They really have done it in a spectacular fashion.
The golden ball decides this tied match. Indo-Bulgarian CC unable to make contact with that last ball, unable to get the 2 runs needed. Indian Tuskers came into this match after being absolutely hammered.
The European Cricket Series is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, FanCode, and Grizzly Bear Sports.
Good afternoon. Welcome back to Sofia. And, well, we just saw a thrilling golden ball from a, well, it looks like quite a long time ago. It was only, less than 3 years ago, of course, that game between those two sides. But in the Bulgarian, of course, still here in Bulgaria. They lost that first game today, didn't they, due to that weather. So, yeah, that game 31 gone. 32 also has officially been abandoned, of course, so that points will be shared. And again, well, this next game, the third game, we're just waiting for an update, aren't we? And that's all we can do, really. I mean, at the moment, the rain has stopped, which is the good news. So the rain has stopped. However, the rain has already done its damage, and around the ground, as I look sort of outside of the cube, just to the right there, there's a real element of danger with the fact that there's just a lot of sitting water on there, and it's not going. I mean, it just keeps on coming back up, and the drainage here just isn't quite the best. And yeah, at this current moment in time, it's there's no cricket at the moment, but we're still keeping fingers crossed, and with the possibilities of maybe getting a game or 2 in later on in the afternoon. There is, of course, a lot of time to go. We were scheduled to have 6 games here today, so there is still a possibility. But at the moment, it's not looking great. The outfield isn't looking in the best of conditions, but that's really what we're struggling with. But at the moment, there's an inspection going on, so do make sure that you keep updated, and certainly do keep getting in the chat and having a look, and also checking out the ECN Cricket website, because that's where the majority of the updates will go. But we can go to the next classic match, and we're almost ready to get things underway. And I believe it's Rico Fool taking you through it once again.
One. And as they would say, we are here in Bulgaria. Zdrasti, or Zdrasti. Yes, and hello and welcome to a beautiful sunny Bulgaria. We are in Sofia, and this is, of course, the FanCode European Cricket Series. Bulgaria is one of the oldest European countries, established in 681 AD, located south of Romania. Bulgaria is beautiful,
with amazing nature, lovely villages, friendly people, delicious food, and the country has a rich history of well-preserved traditions. And for the second time in a short period of time, is once more the home of cricket here in this National Sports Academy, the NSA, Vasil Levesky, for the FanCode European Cricket Series in Bulgaria. And, well, I'm certainly looking forward to the action here. A lot of these players we would have seen last year in September, when we saw a very exciting European Cricket Series then. We saw teams relatively new to the format. It took them a few games to get used to the T10 format of the game, but once they got started, did we see some runs? And well, one game that comes to mind is when Indo-Bulgaria, this team here, they played the Medical University of Sofia, and that's exactly what we got here. And that match, it was match number 10 last time, and listen to this. Indo-Bulgarians, they scored 144 for 3, and the Medical University of Sofia got them with a ball to go, and that was Kevin D'Souza, 67 to 20. So we're going to see some runs scored. We're getting ready to start here. The umpires, Nisarg and Ivan, are ready, looking dashing in their red tops as we look to start this first game. So it's going to be George to bowl first, Kevin George. And he's going to be bowling to Chris Laklov. And, well, what I can tell you, heard Vinny Sandhu saying that it's the straight boundary certainly are fairly short. Probably around about 42, 43 metres. Offside and leg side, a little bit longer. This one's hit out towards the third man area. Third man gets down, gets the throw in. And one thing I remember about last time here, a lot of runs were scored in that third man area. That's pretty short as well. And well, this outfield has been recently mowed. The grass is very short. The ground is very dry, and I'm expecting the ball to be racing along at a rapid speed. So I think there's going to be runs galore here. I really do. Talking of runs galore, there's this ground. It's a university ground here in Sofia. There's still one partnership that has not been broken. George. This one didn't quite time this. He's trying to get it through there on the leg side. This field very much offside dominated. You have a slip in place. And in addition to him, you have 6 other guys in the offside. So only 2 men on the leg side, and both of them very close to the batsman. And well, you can see why. That's the line that Kevin George wants to bowl. Outside that off stump, yes, so going back to that other partnership, this is where the record highest opening partnership was scored, and that was in a match, again, featuring the Dons and the Indian Tuskers, and it was the Dons, the 2 openers, Saim Hussain, he made 102 that day. It's well bowled, good length, outside the off stump, starting to see what this pitch offers. You put something in, you get something out. Yeah, Saim Hussain scored 102, a brilliant century. Kiran Desan, the captain, 66 of 24, 178 they scored. Batted the whole innings, so 10 overs, and that was the opening partnership, and that has not yet been beaten. This one, well, the Kookaburra has been beaten away to behind square. That's 4 runs, and that's the first boundary. In 4 carreras, we are off and running this FanCode European Cricket Series in Sofia, Bulgaria. And, well, that certainly will make the batsman feel a lot happier about himself. Smashing that one away, and that is, of course, Prakash Mishra, the captain, and also the captain of the national team. This is hit firmly, very hard, and, well, look at that one take off. Well, I think Vinny Sandhu certainly did pack Jeffrey and Henrietta in his suitcase. He's brought him here towards us. Watch the bounce on this. That was lethal. Watch this. I mean, this was absolutely crunched. Watch the bounce. That is taken off. And luckily there, the fielder, no damage done. And that was motoring, and that was Ali Rasool. Well, and that's what you're going to expect on this sort of ground. It's, like I said, it's lightning quick. There are some parts where a little bit bumpy. And the ball is going to travel on that cracking shot. That was the end of the first over.
Score 9. Without loss, it wasn't a bad over for Kevin George. Those 9, 2 of them in boundaries. Short one down the leg side, which was put away, and that was just a thunderous shot. So Lakov now on strike. And it's going to be the man who's still lucky to have his head on. Rasul, well, he tries to get him back with a full toss. But that's not the way to do it. And it's not the... Ah, come on, that's a bit unfair. It wasn't Lakov that hit the ball. It was Prakash. Well, he nearly had his head knocked off Rasul. Then he comes on the ball and he says, well, hang on, you go for my head, I'll go for yours. Well, I'm sure that's just rustiness. He's come out wrong. So he's gone for 4 now. I'm just wondering if that's been signalled a no ball. It certainly should be signalled a no ball. It was right at the batsman. Well, how about that? Rasul. This one's also a little high, and it was hit straight at the fielder. And I'm guessing that was the free hit. Well, it's been signalled as no ball again. Now, there we go. We got the action now. Come on, umps. Let's warm up. Let's get the YMCA going. Get those arms moving around. So another free hit, short. Timed away, and just watch this go. That tells you the speed of this outfield. It was just a little tickle, 4 runs. So, looks like the bowler here, Ali Rasul, he's still traumatised with that little bit of fielding he had to do with the ball. Nearly knocked his block off, as they say. He's just got to get the ball a bit further up. Got to be aiming to get it going across the right-hander. Lakov so far has just had full tosses and short delivery. Let's see if he can get this one right. Too short again, and didn't quite get hold of it, but the batsmen do come through. Take the single. I think Prakash Mishra is quite keen to get down to the other end. Now, Indo-Bulgarians, they lost to the final last time to the Dons. So they'll be hoping to go one better this time round. And, well, this one is certainly just taken off the pitch. That gives you an indication. We were out there looking at this pitch earlier, and from what I can remember yesterday, last year, I know a lot of work's been done on it. And when I was looking at it today, it certainly was one of those which I felt you put something in as a bowler, you're going to get something out of it. But also, as a batsman, once you get yourself in there, I think there's a lot of runs to score, really. Well, this one, well, now, what does the umpire decide here? Because he has bowled 2 already. Now, this one's signalled as no ball as well. So, though he probably wasn't a dangerous one, he's lucky still to be on here. Let's have a look at this. Well, look at that. Well, that wasn't your best side, was it? To Prakash Mishra. Oh, yeah, this has gone through, so he's come back well. Yes, there's certainly something in there for the bowler and the batsman on this pitch. But I think as a batsman, once you get yourself in, you're going to score plenty of runs here, especially with this very quick, rapid outfield and short boundaries. That's a better delivery, and that's nicely dug out. So that's a good finish from Rasul. There's still one to come. Thought perhaps that was it, but there was quite a few balls in the over. This one's angled into the body, and couldn't do too much about that one, Prakash. So that is the end of the second over. It certainly was an interesting one, to say the least. Plenty of action happening in there. A couple of starting off with the beamer, and a couple down the leg side. But he finished well. And the score has moved on to 20. So Johnny without loss. bowler to come on is Yusuf. So this is the start of the third, so the last in the power play. Remember, in this format, first 3 overs are the power play, so only 2 men allowed outside the 30-yard circle. This is up in the air, just loops it over the infield, doesn't quite carry. And that's come off right at the toe end of the bat there from Prakash. I don't think that was Prakash, apologies, I think Rasul. That's Lakov, gets a single. Prakash now on strike, the captain. Oh, that's well bowled, and he's, I think, a little bit unlucky there, the bowler. Let's have a look at this again. It's right on the money delivery. This is going on to hit middle stump, and Prakash has somehow managed to get enough onto it. No fielders down there, and once more, once it gets past you, it's 4 runs. So he's in a very attacking frame of mind, Prakash. I think that's a bowler there. You're just saying to yourself, well, okay, if that's what you're going to do, I need to just get one a bit fuller, right up there, maybe getting it to swing into him. Hit straight, and this is back-to-back boundaries, 4 runs, lovely straight hit there. Tried to do the same, tried to do just that, trying to get this bit fuller, but just over pitching it slightly, and Prakash making no mistake. Started there, you see, just gave himself a little bit of room, and then able to adjust and hit it straight back past the bowler. Nice action though from Yusuf. Plenty about him as he comes in here, plenty of energy. This one, that's well bowled. Yeah, he's learnt very quickly that if I'm going to pitch up, Prakash is going to go in the attack. And this one, he's got this one in just the right areas. And that little movement away towards the leg side from Prakash means that he's unable to get on to the delivery. Oh, a very good morning to wherever you are tuning in. Nicely played, he waited for it, but straight to field. There could be a mix-up here and just gone to the wrong end. I just felt there that if that throw had come in straight away to the bowler's end, the batsman would have struggled. He wasn't too quick going, Prakash. Yeah, whether you're watching via a European Cricket Network YouTube channel or via FanCode, namaste. And remember, you can join in the chat as well on YouTube. It's always lovely to hear from you and know where you're tuning in from around the world, our global cricket family. As always, it's lovely to have you there. We are here because you are there, and we love your company. Stop ball. And the end of an energetic over. And score moves on to 30. And I would say, I mean, I know it's just the first match, but going by what I remember from last year and this ground, I think you've got to be minimum. You've got to be looking at game 10 and over. I think 100 on here for me is going to be, and I'm going to say it's a sort of below par average score. 100, 110 is what you need to be looking at, and I think between 120, 130 is a sort of score that you'll be looking to set here. And just off the top of my head, I mean, the game that we know that these two teams played in last time, it was 140. This one's fired down the leg side. Good work from the wicketkeeper. That's a nice stop from Omar Rasul. And speaking of wicketkeepers, a man that's done plenty of wicketkeeping in his time, looking dashing as ever, is Mr. Maximo enters the house. Good morning to you, sir.
Good morning, Rico. It's wonderful to be here.
Jacob this time gets it, well, he thought he got it right, but the umpire saying no, that's just a little bit too wide.
Good call. And look, I just want to say hello to everyone, whether you're watching on FanCode in India or whether you're watching on our YouTube channel, ECN European Cricket Network. New location, new possibilities, new series. Same old Rico, though. Great to have you back.
Great to be back as always.
Enjoyed your week off. It's Jacob.
Is he going to get past the field? Oh, that's unlucky. Oh, well, that would have been a great goal in the Euros. That really would have.
He's hit it on the half volley, wrong-footed the goalkeeper, but unfortunately in cricket, it's 4 runs.
Yeah, this is an own goal. Did you see that the mid-off, they're really short, these straight boundaries. And couldn't do anything about that. I'll tell you what, we're going to see some really high scores on this field. I can see it already. He'd be a bowler.
That's hit well, and this is back-to-back boundaries. And you can see that's probably one of the biggest boundaries on this ground. But this has been beautifully. The footwork was exquisite here. Got himself into position, smashing this over the top. 4 runs. And I think we're getting to that point now in this 4th over when the field can be spread. I think that the academic Medical University of Sofia need to be thinking about just spreading this field a little bit. It's still, I mean, just looking around here, there's still just 2 men. Yeah, just only 2 men out the ring. I don't understand that at all. Slow delivery. Good work from the fielder there. Nice work. That was De Silva. The Medical University Sofia. Last time round, they won the bronze. So you've got 2 teams here. You've got 2nd and 3rd playing each other from last time round. So it's always going to be an interesting battle. Follows the batsman this time. And Prakash not able to get hold of that. He'd be a bit disappointed. It was angled down towards the legs, but it was into his body a bit. He perhaps just needed to adjust his balance and tickle it away. Because I think on this one, I think any batsman, and we see that in some grounds, if you're a true batsman and play authentic shots, this is the sort of ground you're going to score loads of runs because you don't have to power hit the ball. You can place it and time it, and it will go to the boundary. Off takes a single, so these 2 doing very well. And well, I think certainly Ishan De Silva, the captain of the Medical University of Sofia, needs to have a look at this field now. He needs to be thinking about, okay, I can push more men out. He can have up to 5 out now, and he's still sticking with just the 2 men outside here. Vinny, what do you think about these tactics in the field?
Firstly, that's good bowling. Yeah, it's an interesting one. I think whatever your plan is, you do need to commit to a plan on this. So that one just seeming back in a little bit on this field because it's really, really unforgiving. And look, that's the end of the 4th over. It'll be 42 for no loss. And look, Rico, you mentioned that 10 and over is kind of a bare minimum. I think probably 12 and over is par on this. Yeah. We saw it last year. We saw some really, really high scores. We saw batsmen once they're in that they can really go on with it. But I just want to say a quick hello to everyone that's watching, whether you're watching on our YouTube channel or on FanCode. And yeah, of course, Rico's back. No, I'm here, Vinny Sandhu. And look, why don't you join in the live chat? And I see that we've got quite a few people in there already. I think KG's in there. I'm going to ask one of his questions in a moment. But Daniel Lambert is there. We've also got Fakar Ahmad Rana, who's watching from Germany. So thanks so much, and say hi. We always love to get your contributions in there, your questions and your comments. So please keep them coming through as the day goes on. Makes it so much more interesting for us as well, as Huzaifa Yusuf is going to continue over number 5. And the question from KG was, he wanted to know if this is near a golf course. And I can see it's basically sometimes used as a driving range. I don't know about the whole golf course, though, here. I know it's a multi-sports complex, and you've been here before, Rico, so maybe you can enlighten us. Yeah,
I mean, what we do know is that from the driving range, the other side of the driving range is, I think, a practice area. I mean, they've got a sand bunker in there.
Yeah.
And so I don't think it's a complete golf course, but certainly it's a practicing area set up. And this one's hit pretty well. And once more, it's gone in that area of extra cover where I think we need to start to see this field spread out a little bit. I know that they're challenging the batsman to take on and play the shots, and at the moment they seem to be winning pretty well.
Yeah, it certainly is. And that was just nice, good shot over cover. And not trying to drag across the ball. And I think that's smart, because those square boundaries are actually quite long to the right of your screen as you watch the bowler running in. They're actually about 60 metres. You mentioned the straight ones. Yeah. It's hard. I mean, from the batter's end, I think it probably still is something like 55 metres. From the middle of the pitch, though, I think it's closer to 45. So.
Oh, this one's been thumped, and this is going to go all the way. Ball volley, says Carreras. It's the first maximo of this FanCode European Cricket Series here in Bulgaria, in the beautiful city, the capital city of Sofia.
Yeah, and what a way to do it as well. And that is probably one of the longest boundaries on the ground, if not the longest boundary on the ground. But he timed it so well up the bank. And some time to think for Yusuf.
Angles this one into him. Asking the question, I think that's gone straight through. I think Prakash Mishra is going to be disappointed. He missed out on it. What a start from him. He is, as we know, key player to the Indo-Bulgarian Cricket Club. He's their captain. Also the captain of the national side. And if that wasn't enough, he's also the vice president of the Federation of Bulgarian Cricket. So he's a man that's...
powerful man.
Powerful man. And he hits the ball powerful as well. Slow delivery.
Now, I also want to speak about this magnificent cricket ground. And I like the way that there's banks on the outside. So it's kind of an elevated kind of feel to it. So it kind of frames the ground nicely. But also, there's a couple of unusual things about it. One is that we have the power lines that are on the field.
Yeah.
So they are just pretty much level with the keeper, or maybe just behind the keeper, but they run left to right on your screen. So we haven't seen it come into play yet. But if the ball happens to hit those power lines, I'm not sure if the boys can get a shot of it for us. If the ball hits those power lines, then it will be a dead ball, and the ball will be re-bowled as we get to the end of the 5th over. The score is 53 for no loss. You can't really make it out in your screen there.
You just see them there, can't you?
You might be able to see
where
them.
the trees are to the left.
But so there's a few kind of idiosyncrasies about this ground, but I like it. And nice little wooden clubhouse there as well. So it's we certainly saw lots of high scores here last year, that's for sure. But I think that the teams after that experience of 2020, they all kind of have their tactics worked out. They'll have their batting order worked out as well, compared to last year, where, as we know, in this shortest form of the game, it's not always the batting order you'd have in a longer form game. You've really got to get your hitters to the top of the order because you've got a very limited time to put your score on the board. Right now, it's going to be Albin Jacob to come back to bowl his second over. His first one was a pretty good one, and I'll tell you the over-by-over scores in a minute. They're pretty consistent so far from Indo-Bulgarian. This is good delivery. He holds his head. Can't believe this one. It's another one. We've seen a bit of sea movement, haven't we, in this pitch so far? You see that one just definitely decking back in. Yeah, in the 5 overs we had so far. 9, 11, 11, 11, 11. No, I'm not malfunctioning. That's just telling you. That probably shows you what the average or the kind of most common over score is so far.
Nicely bowled, just a gentle drive down the ground will take the single. And I think it's all about trying to get Prakash, the big hitter, on strike, the captain. I mean, Lakov, he's basically, he's going to under-run a ball.
Yeah.
He moves on to 10 of 11, but he's playing his part in this partnership, which has gone past the 50 already. Just basically giving him as much strike as he can.
Exactly. You just don't want to show up too many dot balls. You've got to get the captain down there, especially now that he's set. He's got such a great platform from which to launch. I knew this would be a close game. This team's finished 2nd and 3rd respectively last year.
It's going to be a good stop if he can stop this. It races down to the 3rd man. Now that's a short boundary.
Wow.
The fielder's done well, but there's no way they can stop that. Good effort though from Oliveira.
Absolutely. That raced away. And this outfield, there's some grass on it, but a lot of it just seems like clay. You know, it seems like it seems very fast. Like it's hard to describe unless you're down there. But I don't know, it's a bit challenging for the fielder to say the least. That's why I think scoring boundary is so critical, because the other team's going to get the chance to bat too in the second half of this game.
Jacob, this has been hit thunderously. There is a man out there now, and he's done very well.
Great fielding. Kevin George. This is great fielding. And look, it might have been a case of the ball fielding the fielder, but Kevin, he certainly did well to stop that one. That could have quite easily been 4. You know who I think will appreciate that in the chat? KG. He was the one who asked about the golf course. KG, Kevin George. Same initials.
This is well bowled. Hit nice and straight. Fielder's got some work to do here. And oh dear. I think that's gone. I think that's gone over past the line. It has. Well, Rasul, he seems to be following him around. He's had one that's almost taken his head off. He did the footballing skills earlier, and this one's gone through him.
Yeah.
It's going to be one of those mornings for him.
Well, you see that one, that's clearly gone over the line. No doubt about that. It's been signalled. It's been given. And it's fair thought for the fielders down the ground. They don't have too much time to react at all.
Up-ish. Well, should be one bounce fielded, and he's done well again. Just gives you an idea of that. I mean, you'll probably see that again on the replay. The bounce of the ball as well.
Yeah.
Goes back to say what you're talking about, that though it's grass, it's rock hard under there.
Rock hard. There are parts where, especially if the sun comes down, it's just going to bake it.
Yeah.
And we saw this last week as well, didn't we? Where we had some proper Tortuga bounces. They were bouncing once and going over the long on and long off, and not just over them by a little bit, like 4 or 5 meters over them. So who'd be a fielder? Anyway, gets us to the 6 over point. It's 64 for 6. And, well, no surprises. Guess how many off that over? There were 11 off that over as well. So we've had 11 runs off the last 5 overs. 5 of a kind. That's very rare hand.
Yeah, I mean, I think we were talking, weren't we, Vinny, that I think the average, a good average score, it's got to be 110. That's average. But you've got to be looking 130 plus on this.
You're certainly never safe. Here's Kevin George.
Gets good bounce there. That's one thing I've noticed about this pitch, though. You put something in it, you're going to get something back. And there's certainly bounce there.
And you've seen seam movement. These very prominent seams on the Kookaburra cricket balls. And although it's a concrete base with a rubber overlay and then the artificial matting. So you are going to get good bounce. It'll be fairly consistent bounce, but there is a bit of sideways. So I won't say it's anything less than a batsman's paradise, but you can get the odd one to do something.
Yeah, what a beautiful city Sofia is. We had a chance to have a walk around yesterday, early evening. So many people out. And you know what? You know what they say, don't you, Vinny? They say, as this one's crashed away, there's going to be 4 more runs. And nobody there at mid-wicket. And he's just, watch this, watch the bounce, hitting it over the top, 4 runs, nicely played.
Great
and
shot.
I'm loving that banner there as well. European cricket, stronger together. I like that. I like that.
It didn't work for Hillary Clinton, but I do think it does sum up what we're all about at European cricket. It's a team effort, and it's these partnerships we're building with so many federations and so many countries in continental Europe.
He's hit straight up in the air. Well, can he negotiate this time? Yes, he can. Shabash, shabash. Well done to Rasuli. He never gives up. And he's got that one.
Uh-oh. They probably settled for 2 to keep Mishra on strike, but it's a good throw. But again, you see the bounce in this pitch. It bounced on the pitch and went straight over the keeper's head. And they could have got a 3rd, but I think it's smart to keep Mishra on strike. But yeah, so many partnerships we've built, and we really have enjoyed Sofia so far. Only been here about 24 hours. I'm loving what I'm seeing.
Gets away with this one. No, one thing I was going to say to you is it's a beautiful place, but the men, well, the men in Bulgaria and especially here in Sofia, they are the luckiest men in the world. Why? Because they say that the Bulgarian women are the beautiful women in the world. And, well, from what we've seen already, Vinny, and the smiles on your face last night, I think that's very true, isn't it? There's some lovely, gorgeous-looking women here. So it's a nice part of the world to be in. And the cricket is sexy too. Seis Carreras. Ginna Badda Shaka. What a way to make your introduction to this FanCode European Cricket Series here in Sofia from the captain, Prakash Mishra. That 6 takes him past his 50. And, well, he's still going strong. 53 not out.
Yeah, and he's had a lot of the strike as well. And he's batted very well so far. And that one, it was absolutely smashed away. And it went through. Yeah, you can see where it ended up. And that's good camera work. It went through the trees, a bit like my golf. And it's ended up on the football field, the artificial football field nearby. So that shows you how high.
Well, this one's been bowled. Well, that's the area he's got aim at. I'm just looking at that pitch. It's 2 all right. There's actually 2 Kookaburras there now.
Yeah.
So, well, we're joining up the dots of the Kookaburra balls in that football pitch.
I know this is a driving range. We'll have to get one of those machines that picks up the balls to go over that football field, I think. That's the end of 7 overs. The walking stick, 77. No loss, no wickets so far in this FanCode European Cricket Series. I tell you what, we have had a magnificent time this year and got some more destinations ahead. You can see we are starting today in Bulgaria. We're in Romania from next week for another 1 week series. Then we're in Sweden for 4 weeks. We're in Stockholm for a couple and Malmö down in the south of the country for a couple. We hope you can join us. I've got some exciting news from Romania yesterday. Pavel Florin's team, he's been integral in the Bucharest Gladiators. They have qualified for the ECS. So we will see Pavel next week. And he's very excited to tell me about that. So he's formerly with the Cluj Cricket Club, but that's how everyone got to know him that way. But now he's turning out for the Bucharest Gladiators, and they'll be happy to have Pavel, I'm sure, as part of the setup. So we'll see some exciting cricket in Romania next week. But before that, we've got 6 days of action here in Bulgaria. 5 teams. It's the same structure as last week. So very, very good structure. The bottom team will drop out after the group stages, but the top 2 teams after the group stages will get a double chance. That became very important last week, that's for sure. And we had a very, very good tournament in Hungary last week. We had 4 very, very even teams, and all of them, you couldn't tell which way the game was going to go at the amount of time. We thought we would call a game after 5 overs, and so many turned around, so many close finishes as well. We had a game where they needed 2 to win a last ball, and the ball was skied into the outfield, and the catcher was held, but if he dropped it, they would have lost the game. It was the Blinders Blizzards, their only win of the tournament, actually.
Oh, that's a chance, and he snicked it. He's got to go. So the first wicket goes, and it's Vinu. And a nice bit of work there from the wicketkeeper as well, Rasul Cat. So finally, there comes the breakthrough. It's 78 for 1.
Yeah, and that's nice work. Nice bowling. You just got to hope that the batsman makes a mistake at some point in time. And Vinu certainly got this one in the right spot, but an excellent contribution from Mishra. He goes for 53 off 32. And the score now is 78 for 1. 9 fours and 2 sixes in that innings. And it wasn't necessarily littered with Maximos, but what it was clever batting. And certainly made the most of the short boundaries. Knows this ground inside out, I think, Prakash Mishra.
Yeah. He does. Look, he didn't score. He wasn't at his best with the bat last time round, but he certainly made a great start here. But the man who's still out there, Histralakov, last time he scored 314 runs, strike rate of 195, and he scored 350s as well. So it's a good opportunity for him to get going. Well, this one was way down the leg side, short and horrible. Didn't come out right.
Yeah, it's just this one slipped out, I think. I mean, the last one was spot on accuracy-wise. You see this one, it's just stuck in his fingers. The keeper's done well to get across to that. But yeah, the most beautiful women in the world in Bulgaria. Where did you get that? Are you just eyeballing that?
Well, let's see this delivery first. Let's see if we can get it back right. Vinu. No, this time it's too wide. Outside the off. It just needs to get
Come on, then give me your sources.
Well,
I want to know where the...
Well, it's Google. Google.
Okay.
Yeah, Google. No, but, you know, come
Definitely,
on. It's,
real life backs it up.
I think in a lot of these European cricket, European cities, that once the sun's out and the weather gets nicer, the sites get nicer as well, don't they? That's well bowled. That's where he needs to be.
How can he bowl 2 of the best balls you can see as far as where they're pitched, and then 2 of the worst? But, you know, I mean, let's not forget, these players probably a little bit short of cricket so far. And definitely off seasons last year that were affected by the pandemic. So you can expect a bit of inconsistency, especially early in the series.
You know, once more. And this one's, that's been crunched. It's still going to go to the boundary.
Goal.
That is incredible. That is incredible. This has been absolutely walloped. It's caught him on the foot. Well, we saw one earlier from Rasul where he kicked it over. But this one, well, he's scoring from the halfway line here.
Oh, this is unbelievable stuff. Shows you how hard that ball was hit. That's Deman. He's come out and absolutely smashed that. Well, the famous words of Michael Clark, slightly adjusted. Get ready for a broken leg.
How's he still running in? He's going through the pain barrier here. Guided away. Fielder gets down. No mistake.
That's tough stuff, isn't it? That's really tough stuff.
Well, they say that strong and unbeatable hero, Spartacus. They know the strong men from Bulgaria. Well, that was a bit of Spartacus there. That was absolutely thumped back at him, and he's not even winked an eyelid, has he? And he comes again, coming round the wicket now, and probably gone too wide. Yes, he has. So wide signal once more for the umps.
Yeah, so just done well, haven't they? It's been no huge overs. I mean, we've had all those 11s, then we had a 13 in the 7th over.
So it's on the legs and straight to fielder. Oh, if he could have got this one in straight away, probably was an opportunity there. As Dimam was running into the wicketkeeper, just couldn't take it cleanly, and that over comes to an end. It did bring the first wicket, and it did slow the rate down slightly, I suppose. The score at the end now of 8 overs is 87 for 1.
Yeah, so I think what we're seeing so far, based on what we've seen, is fairly consistent. Well, that's what happens when you're scoring at a consistent rate. You've got a straight line. And that one, I know there were 9 off that. We had 9 to start and then 9 in the 8th, but apart from that, all 11s, 13 in the 7th. So in the 7th, looks a bit like that actually, just a nice steady gradient. But yeah, I think what we haven't seen yet is a batsman come out and hit a lot of 6s. You know, we haven't seen someone come out and exploit those short, straight boundaries, which I'm sure we'll see at some point during the week. A bit like this.
4 runs, a lovely shot. I like the way he waited on this. This one, it wasn't about power. It was about timing and placement. And, well, nice bit of fielding being done by a local bypasser, doing the early morning walking exercise around this beautiful complex.
It's wonderful, isn't it? Yeah, but I think that 11 and over is going to be a bit light on if you consider that there's going to be some batsmen that come out and they're going to hit a bunch of 6s down the ground.
Yeah.
Especially on this pitch once you get in.
Oh, this is a cracking shot. And, well, he wasn't that far away from it, the fielder. And that was Jacob there. But this, what a lovely shot. Just gets himself into position and gets the wrist into play. This is all about timing and balance. Look at that. Beautiful. Just dispatches it away.
Yeah, really nice shape. Held his shape. You can see what Lakov's capable of. Hasn't really clicked in this inning so far, but you mentioned how many runs he scored in that last series. Straight away beautifully to the cover boundary.
Well, that one's done him. That was a beauty. What's the shape on this one when this comes out the bowler's hand? Lovely ball.
Yeah, so he just leaves him in the air and then maybe a little bit off the pitch as well. So it just shows you when you get it right as a bowler, and you can trouble the batsman, even a batsman that is set, has been at the crease for quite a while.
Take the single, fielder charging in, attacking the ball, does well.
Yeah, so it's going to be interesting battle between these two teams, and both of them had a 6-2 record after the group stage last time, and both of them actually lost to the eventual champions, MU Dons. It was Academic MU Sofia that lost to them in the semi-final.
Hit away in the gap. Fielder's not going to stop that. It's 4 more runs. And just starting to see there, just what you're saying there, Vinny. You get a batsman that gets in, that's timing this ball well.
Yeah.
I mean, even with the fielders in their orthodox, what you would say, their orthodox positions, if that ball's a couple of metres away from you, you're not going to get there.
Put them where you like. It doesn't matter. It really doesn't matter. You don't hit too many sky balls. Hit them flat, hit them hard. This ground will reward you.
See that again. Fielders should stop this one. They do. Good covering there from Rasul as well. I like that. I like to see that. You can see that the fielder is favourite to stop the ball. Rasul, he's run a long way, backs him up. That's good teamwork.
Yeah, certainly was. And that's all you can do at this stage. 100's up now. 9 overs down. 101 for 1 wicket. And we head into the last over. Yeah, but MU Dons, they defeated Academic MU Sofia. So the team that's fielding at the moment, they defeated them in the semi-final. And then the MU Dons, they defeated Indo-Bulgarian, the team batting at the moment in the final. But MU Dons this year, they're going by MU Plovdiv. It's a bit Plovdiv, another city. A beautiful city, apparently.
Lovely city,
I've heard really nice things about Plovdiv. And it is the same team that basically lifted the trophy last year. All right, 10th overtime.
Hit away. Once more into that gap. That'll be 1 bounce. 4 runs, and this is the one where they've got to go big. I think you've heard us saying that we think 110 is a below par average score, but you need to be about 120 on this, and that means they need some big shots here.
Especially when you consider MU Sofia, who are going to bat second. They've got some pretty good firepower themselves. They've got Ishan De Silva, who was the leading run scorer in the 2020 season for that club. 546 runs, and he's even scored an international T20 century, playing for Bulgaria against Serbia.
Hit hard. It's a chance, though, and he's taken it. That's a very good catch. And, well, Rasul, he's come back strong. He's had his troubles out there in the field. That's a sensational catch. This was hit very hard. I like the way he ran in, got himself in position, and takes the grab.
Great catch, because it was hit so hard. Don't think the slow-mo does it justice. And you can see he identifies it straight away. Takes it with expert technique. And the second wicket falls. It's 105 for 2.
Yeah, nice work there. And it's a good time to get a wicket, because more importantly, it's also a dot ball. And so far, I think Medical University Sofia will be quite happy with where this score is. If they can keep it around sort of below that 115 mark, I think they've done a good job here. Vinu. Nasty bowl. That would just be a single. Certainly been one of the pick of the bowlers. He's taken a call. Well, this should be a run out. And the umpire says, yes, you got to go. But it took an age to make up their mind whether they wanted this second or not. And by the time they decided, that ball had already come in. And easy decision for the umpire.
Yeah, and I think the reason they went in the end was there was a slight fumble. Just have a look at this. Fielder comes in, and they weren't probably going to take it. And then when they fumbled, they said, well, let's have a go then. So, Yusuf, maybe it was a clever fumble. You see here, no. And then when he sees the fumble, he says, okay, let's go. But still, I don't mind that really at this stage of the innings. He's got wickets to play with. I think there's every chance he could have got an extra run out of it. But that will bring new batsman to the crease, and it's Agagul Ahmadel.
Yeah, nice as well from Vinu the bowler. He's taken 2 wickets already, 2 for 13. Now involved in that run out. His positioning was good. He read the situation well. Oh, that's a corker. What a delivery that is.
Good delivery.
Absolute beaut. Starts with it going wide, then comes back into him. Really nice.
Yeah, just a good angle across the right-hander, isn't it? And that's the kind of... I think if Lacko was in better form, he's hitting that one straight down the ground. He's at least getting something on it.
Yeah.
Maybe, worst case, little edge and it flies away for third man, but he couldn't get any bat on that one. Good delivery.
It's up in the air. It's going to drop probably just short of the fielder. And it's good work from Ali Rasul once more. Comes in, keeps it a single.
This field really is a postage stamp, isn't it? When you think about it. I mean, I know the mid-wicket boundaries is slightly bigger, but you see all the fielders, they converge really quickly because there's not much space between them in the first place. Anyway, last ball of the innings, 107's the score. And they're pretty close to that 110, which we talked about. Now, those 11s and over, they were very consistent. And even since that run of 11s, there's been 13, 10 and 14. But this has been a really good last over so far. Only 6 off it. And still 1 ball to come. Can he get out of the over? Vinu has bowled very well for his team, Emu Sofia. He's got 2 for 15 with the last ball to come.
It's hit up, and it's going to be a chance. He said, no, it's gone over the fielder. 6 carreras. Qué bueno, qué fuerte. Eso es cricket in Sofia, Bulgaria. And 6 to finish the innings. Well, they needed that. That gets them past the 110 mark, so 113 it'll be. 3 wickets down at the end of their innings.
And I did ask, can he get out of the over? There were only 6 off it, but then, well, they doubled the score off the last ball. Nice straight hit, and it wasn't quite out of the middle, but certainly carrying this small boundary. And all smiles, and why wouldn't you be? And, well, it's going to be a very interesting highlights package, and there were plenty of them. But early on, the openers went to work, and you see Kevin George, well, he was ready for business too. But early on, it was the national skipper, Prakash Mishra, who was doing the business for Indo-Bulgarian.
Yeah, he played some lovely shots. I mean, this one, Ali Rasul almost lost his block. There was nice shots, and I think the role that they played by the opener as well, Histro Lakov, who finished on 28 for 23, was ideal. You've got one batsman that's hitting the ball really well, finding the gaps, hitting it firmly, hitting it strong. Well, let him get on with it. And that's exactly what Prakash Mishra did. Really played some nice shots indeed. The bowling wasn't bad as well. I think early on, once the power play was done with, I think the University of Sofia were a little bit slow in getting their fielders spread out. But when they did, well, you can't do much about these ones. Hit big, over the top, some glorious shots. This one went like a rocket, didn't it? The man there at third, no chance. And Ali Rasul once more in the wars. There was one coming up which came off the bowler and went for 4. That was incredible. And, well, his day did get better. Well, there was the first wicket. Well bowled, and you can see the captain
trying to launch this one to the moon. Well, this one, how about this? I mean, look, just amazing, isn't it? This was a good shot as well. In the gap. Saw quite a few boundaries in that area, mid-wicket area. Maybe that was one thing that you could look back and say, well, that's a area we need a plug. And good work from the bowler there once more. He had a good day, didn't he? Vinu taking 2 wickets, also involved that run out. And this one was the one that finishes off. Positive start. And well, they've got to the 110, they're finishing on 113. What a beautiful, magnificent view that is there. It's hard to believe that as we are watching this cricket at this university complex here in Sofia, in this sports academy ground, that a few months ago, all these mountains are surrounded by snow, and here we are in glorious sunshine. Quick look at that scorecard. So Histrelakov, 28 of 23 not out. He did play his part. Mishra, 53 of 32 deliveries. He certainly is the man that did the damage. Some good hitting there for Rohit. He made quick fire 14 of 7. Deep Singh, he was run out without scoring. And Ahmed Dahel, he was 6 of 1 ball, and that's all he needed to hit a big maximum to finish the innings. On the bowling front, I think all the bowlers all took a little bit of punishment. We always say that in T10, if you can get your 2 overs in and go for 20, you bowl pretty well, and that's more or less what you got there. For the main bowler there, the one that outstands was Delrick Vinu, took 2 for 21 off his 2, and well, Ali Rasul, he just bowled the 1, just went for 7, and that was well, that was quite early on. Didn't really get a chance to come back on again though. So this, the first match here in Sofia in Bulgaria. This is the National Sports Academy, Vasil Leskesvi, and you're watching the FanCode European Cricket Series here, and the Indo-Bulgarian Cricket Club. Thanks to their captain, and also the captain of the national team, Prakash Mishra. He was in good form, making 53 of 32 balls, helps his team to put a score of 113 on the board. So 114 required from the Academic Medical University of Sofia, and well, if they get off to a good start, there's every chance they should get that. It certainly will give us an opportunity to see how matches are sort of going to take and form in this series, because we'll see how challenging a score of around 115 is going to be. I think if you get 2 batsmen that get in there, they should be able to knock these off pretty quick from what we've seen so far. The outfield is rapid. The straight boundary and also the boundary there behind the wicketkeeper is pretty short. So I think you get some batsmen in there that can play their shots and have got good stroke play. I think they'll get to the target pretty well. But in the Bulgaria, remember, they were runners-up last year. They will want to start with a bang. Well, Prakash Mishra, their captain, has started with a bang, and he'll be hoping that their bowlers will be able to do their job and restrict the university side to under 114, which is what's required for victory. I'm Rico Fool, and I'm joined as ever by Mr. Maximo. You're watching the FanCode European Cricket Series here in Bulgaria, in Sofia, and join us in about 10 minutes' time for the conclusion of this match. Match number 1. Hello and welcome back to Bulgaria. We are in Sofia, and well, you're just getting to appreciate what we have around us here. It's an absolutely stunning location. We are at the National Sports Academy and Vasil Levesky. And this is, of course, you're watching the FanCode European Cricket Series here, coming to you live from Sofia. And you can see some of the things that are around us here. And we're surrounded by these beautiful mountains. Still a bit of snow up there. But this complex featuring athletics, football, hockey, tennis as well. It's a superb location, and it merits what you're seeing here in front of you, the FanCode European Cricket Series. It's a great stage for a great series as well. Teams that have played this format before and well, looking to do better than before. And certainly in the Bulgarians, after they've put 113 on the board, they're looking to do one better than last time, where they finished runners-up. And well, the Academic Medical University of Sofia, they themselves as well, they finished in the 3rd place, winning the bronze final last time. So I think teams and players hungry for action and hungry to do better than what they did last time here. Shout out to our partners, the title partner FanCode, and also Spring Productions, and great work being done here on site by Oscar, Dennis and Almaz. Also Kookaburra ball partner, Bizaway Travel, Locker Lifestyles, a trophy partner, and Pyle Strath as well, as we get ready to start the reply from the Medical University of Sofia. Here we go. First ball. Played out towards the... Oh, that's a terrible misfield. I think both fielders probably got in each other's way. So what should have been just an easy single, as we see that ball bobbling away, ends up in 2 runs. So an interesting field. You see this delivery first. That's nicely bowled. Once more trying to get it through the gap. And it's going to trickle away to the boundary. Well, there's something about number 11s today. It was Ali Rasool who was having problems trying to stop the ball. And this time it's Deep Singh. Couldn't stop that one. Got plenty on it. You thought he'd got enough on it to stop it, really. But it still gets past him, goes to 4. So the first boundary, courtesy of a slight misfield. This one's been beautifully played away. What a delightful shot this is. Just got himself into position. Bahut acha shot. So timing bahut achhi thi. Joka lag gaya. And well, the keeper now, Shaukat Khan, just trying to adjust the field slightly. Yeah, going back to that field. Interestingly, the Medical University of Sofia, they only had 2 men and close in towards the bat on the leg side, and everybody else was packed up in the offside. Whereas the Indo-Bulgarians, they've got 4 on the leg straight away. Yeah, just pushed out, single taken. That's clever cricket. After 2 boundaries, quite happy just to take the single. Omar Rasool, and that will give De Silva the opportunity to face his first ball. Of course, very strong batsman in this side as well. We've talked about the captain, Ishan De Silva. He is now to take his first delivery. Pushes this out for a single. Intelligent, gets off the mark. Deep Singh doing the fielding. And leading run scorer for them, 546 runs scored. And as you heard Vinny say earlier, also scored his maiden international T20 century when he played for Bulgaria against Serbia. Pushed out, takes a single. And then, of course, a batsman I remember very well in the blistering innings he played last time was Kevin D'Souza. What an attacking batsman he is. He can change the game in the blink of an eye. He really can. Tremendous. That's the end of the first. It's 13 without loss. And a good point to welcome back into commentary station. What a lovely, Vinny, what a lovely commentary position we got here today.
We really do.
In the tower We've got a perfect view.
Right above the sight screen.
It's delightful.
Still in the
absolutely
firing
delightful.
line, though.
Yeah, well.
Based on what we've seen so far, especially these straight boundaries. I feel like I'm close enough to be part of the action, that's for sure. Now we're going to see the man who batted through the Indo-Bulgarian innings. More or less, it was Chris Lakov, who's going to be bowling the second over. And, you know, chasing this target, 11 and over. You basically need to be tracking that kind of rate. They got him off the first, but here's Lakov. Missed out by Omar Rasul, this is, of course. But you know, we've had a great time so far. And thanks for joining us. And I can see that it's Kerno's in the chat. He's saying perhaps that was Jeffrey's cousin, Jeffsky, Bulgarian cousin.
I like it. I like it.
It could be Jeffsky. Jeffrey probably deserves a bit of time off, to be honest. But thanks so much for all your comments. And Maya Pearl Dream, she's on vacation at the moment. But I think she's in Paris. And so hope you're enjoying your vacation. Great you're still with us.
Oh, he's got him. And this is a good delivery. And that's that bounce coming into play. He's angered it straight in at the batsman. Look at the height this gets. And unfortunately, he's managed to just drop it onto his stumps.
Look at the seam, though. It's genuine seam movement. You see, it just comes back half a bat. Really darts back at him. Bit of bat onto the pad. And, well, Lakov gets something that his team couldn't do. The other team couldn't do, I should say, which is an early wicket. And the first one goes. It's 13 for 1 in the second over.
Yeah, the unfortunate batsman there, Amar. So it's always a disappointing way to get at, isn't it? You're just really taking some defensive action. And then you find the ball sort of somehow managed to get onto the stumps. But, well, it's early on. There's plenty more action for him to be involved in this series. Omar Rasul, he certainly was impressed with him behind the stumps as well. So he's got a key part to play for his team. But he didn't waste too many deliveries, and that's the important thing. T10 scored 12 of us, just 8 balls.
Yeah, he didn't waste any time. That's the thing.
So new batsman, Hussein. Look at the swing on this. This is a lovely delivery. We haven't seen too much. Certainly didn't see too much swing from the bowling off the Dons, but this one certainly has swung well.
Yeah, that's something I've noticed. Sometimes you get some balls that will swing more than others, but also it's about getting it right and getting the seam in the right position. Certainly, Lakov has been moving around in his over so far.
A good example of that swing of the game. And also, you see the seam as well. It keeps the seam very straight. And that helps him to get that late movement as well. And good bounce. And I think the wicketkeeper is down. I think he, not sure if he just pulled a muscle here or.
Yeah, it must be a bit early.
Yeah. Well, look, it's a little bit of chop suey going on there.
That's it.
Give it some of that. Give it some of that. That'll sort him out.
Very early for that, isn't it? Takes off and then just bending down. I think
just there. Yeah, just there.
The European Cricket Series is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, FanCode, and Grizzly Bear Sports.
Good afternoon. Welcome back to Sofia. And unfortunately, the news has come in that the third game of the day, match 33 between the Spartans and between Trakia, that's been abandoned again due to the weather conditions and due to the playing conditions here at the moment. So that will be point shared. So Sofia at the moment, they've got some points on the wall without bowling a ball. So they'll be disappointed. They're out here at the moment. They're really eager and keen to get things going, and it's just the luck of the rubber, isn't it? The conditions out there again. It's been dry for the last hour or so, but realistically that the conditions out there aren't good enough and not safe enough to play. That's really the main concern. It's the safety of the players, because, hey, without the players, none of this is possible. And the thing is, you got to remember there's a week left of cricket to be played as well. So that's something that we do have to contend with. But at the moment, it's just not going the way that we want it to. And again, it's out of our control. It's Mother Nature taking its toll, and hopefully we can get a game, and of course scheduled for 6 games, so we can run on a little bit longer than usual here today. But as I say previously, that is match 33 abandoned, and we can't get any play in, so that'll be points shared. So at the moment we can just sit here and wait for the update on 34. At the moment it doesn't look as if there's much improvement. The issue is the drainage here in Bulgaria isn't the best. It's exactly what we saw last year. Of course, losing 50% of the games in a week's tournament, which isn't ideal. But at the moment, it's not looking great, but we will keep you updated. Of course, if you do want to stay updated, go ahead and check us out on the European Cricket Network YouTube channel. In the live chat, it's updates in there as well. But also on the ECN Cricket website, that's where you want to be checking us out most of the time. Of course, that's where a lot of the stuff will come in. But yeah, at the moment, match 33 abandoned, and that will be points shared. And I can only leave you with what we were looking at recently. That was the response of MU Sofia up against the Bulgarians, and that'll be Vinny Sandu alongside Rico Fu taking you alongside that one.
Going to play on his mind as well.
Squatting down as well. Not going to be easy.
You see,
Yeah.
that's. I'm going to say if he was fit, he would have stopped that.
Yeah, well, he couldn't move. That's the issue. I mean, when you move to your left, you actually normally push off your right foot, because when it's your left foot that moves first, so you need to put the weight in the right foot. And so that right foot did not go anywhere.
Yeah.
And well, I think they need to seriously consider making a change, really. So don't get me wrong, it's an in-swing delivery, but he did not move at all, and it takes us to the end of the second over. It's 19 for 1 after 2.
Yeah, 4 byes there. Which, won't please the bowler at all, because it was a pretty decent delivery.
It was. Beat the batsman.
Yeah, added 4 more to the total. So, start of now the third over. So, the last in the power play is going to be Deep Singh.
That's a bit of a break, though, because it was a really good over from Lakov. It was the most economical over all day. It was worth 6, but 4 of them were byes. One was a leg bite.
It's a good start from Deep Singh. He's right on the money. Remember him from last year. He was well, real character out there. Good bowler. Plenty of energy from him as well. And
yeah,
gets the first one in the right area, and that's always encouraging for a bowler, especially if you haven't played much cricket. And I know that some of the teams have been doing some practicing, but not too much cricket's been played, like in most parts of Europe. This one's been hit hard, and he's taken it. That's a very good catch. And, well, Deep Singh, he's thrilled with himself. That's a sharp take. And that is
it's Kulkarni, I think.
Kulkarni out there,
how's that
Look,
for a catch?
He had to get down low. His positioning was good.
He never got really high off the ground at all. It was flat. Never got above waist height. He just, I like the way he dropped his head to the level required. He had a good look at it and took it as easy as you like, clean as a whistle. Sid Kulkarni. Well, catches win matches, and now they're in a pretty good position. Indo-Bulgarian. They've got Sofia 19 for 2 in the third over.
Yeah, I mean, that's a big wicket, isn't it? Big wicket of De Silva. He's gone for 1 off the 4 balls that he had. So it's time for a bit of a partnership. Hussain, he's only just got out there himself. So both the openers being removed pretty quickly.
Yeah, De Silva's a big scalp for sure. He hit that one reasonably well, but it's just straight at the fielder. Now, new batsman Kevin D'Souza. He's a man you mentioned can change the game very quickly. And one thing that, with the keeper obviously struggling, it's going to be interesting to see if that costs them as this innings progresses. But right now, let's have a look at the bowler, Deep Singh. The bowler D'Souza.
Oh, that's a clever little shot. It's 4 runs, and that one's gone into the long grass back there. I don't know what they got here, snake spiders, whatever it is.
Wow, this is just a class act. This economy of effort from D'Souza. He says, yeah, you can bowl there, that's no problem. And yeah, where do you put your third man? I mean, we've seen maybe 2 or 3 third man, well, second and a third man in place. See, this one he just leans on it. And excellent bit of play from D'Souza to start his innings again. With that last over, just kind of brought them back to around about the rate. They need to be 33 or 35 or so after this over. That's where they'd want to be to stay on track in the chase. And they don't need to be, of course. You can make up the runs very quickly on this field, but still you don't want to put too much pressure on yourself in the back half of the innings.
Yeah, I think this sort of ground, I think if you do fall behind, as long as it's not too far behind, you can always easily catch up. As Deep Singh comes in once more. Goes a bit wider here, and this time he's played it to the other side of the third man. This is very clever batting. You saw the shot before was pretty fine, so they moved the third man fine, and this time he says, well, I know where you are now. I'm going to put this wider.
Oh, this is just class batting. To come to the crease and to be completely in control of your game. They move the third man finer, say, to try and cut off that shot that he played last time, so he just plays it back to where he was in the first place. So outstanding batting from D'Souza, who starts his innings with consecutive boundaries.
This time was Fuller. It's gone through the field. It's going to be 4 runs. And the bowler, Deep Singh, is, you can see he's just shrugs his shoulders and looks at the captain and says, what do you do about that? This one, well, if anything, it should have been a single and not for the first time. The fielding hasn't been very good from the Indo-Bulgarians here. That's 4 runs that they can't afford to be given away. So this is a good reply here from D'Souza. Deep Singh, can he have the last say? It's Fuller straight. And D'Souza is trying to work this one towards the leg side. Maybe would have been better off trying to play it straight. And that's the end of the power play, signalled by umpire Ivan. And the score has moved on to 31 with 2 wickets down.
Yeah, so 31 after 3. You can see that just a fraction behind the rate, but Kevin D'Souza making an immediate impression. Those two kind of cut boundaries. Look at the consistency, though, of the Bulgarian innings. Yeah. And they never had any bad overs, but also they never had any really big overs either. So it was a strangely, eerily consistent innings. A bit wide down the leg side, but if I'm going to go back to that, I mean, their lowest over was 9. Their highest over was 14.
Yeah.
All of them are in there. It's kind of incredible. But what we haven't seen yet is batsmen really come and take the game apart, do something magical, and I think we're going to see it a few times this week. Here's Rohit Singh with the ball.
And it's gone, and that's a very soft dismissal. And he can't believe it, the batsman. It was going to be a wide delivery, and he's tried to just flick this away. So it was a sort of 50% shot. If he'd gone 100%, it would have cleared him. And an easy catch, comfortable catch taken by the fielder there. No mistake from Sharma. So another wicket goes, and it's Hussain who has to depart.
Yeah, and he just tries to help it on its way, doesn't he? But doesn't get enough bat on it. And that's a really good catch as well, taking it up and to his left. And again, that gets past him. That's 4 runs. So they all matter. And we'll have a look at this again, the replay. So he just try and flicks it over the fielder. But it was a really nice catch taken by Dushyant Sharma. And he's thrilled about it. Why wouldn't you be? The score now is 32 for 3. And it will bring Ashbel Nixon to the crease at number 5.
Yeah, they're just not getting these partnerships going. We've seen a flurry of runs and then a wicket, a flurry of runs and a wicket. They need to sustain the partnership here. And there's still plenty of time. The rate that they're going at, no problems with that at all. They're just going to be a little bit wary of losing these wickets. And Rohit Singh, well, he should bowl well to the left-hander because the ball's he bowled to the right-hander. Right on the money. This one is going to go to third man. The third man inside the ring. It's not going to stop that. 4 runs.
Yeah, this one probably would have been a wide. Not probably. It would have been a wide. But look at that good, confident back and across movement from the new batsman. Once again, we see the new batsman starting with a boundary. Nixon's away. And so I just think it's just a slight adjustment required. I'd like to see them attacking the stumps a little bit more.
It goes through just a dot ball. So Vinny,
yeah.
I mean, what's it? 508 matches this year?
Yeah, this is match number 508.
And
right
you've done every single one of them. How are you feeling, buddy?
More or less. Yeah, more or less. I've had an occasional day off or the occasional match off. But
it's amazing, though, isn't it? Absolutely amazing.
Such a great experience. And I'll tell you in a second how I'm feeling. This one is... he was, yeah, foot first slide. Oh, it's a yellow card for that one. We've seen some football action this morning. And, well, you can't blame him. 10 points for effort, 0 points for result, and 4 points for the batting team. Who get 4 here? Nixon just, well, just get something behind it. Was that a slide or a fall?
Listen, you said yellow. You said yellow. That's a red. That's a 2-foot lunge. He's got to be off for that.
Studs up. Oh, well. Next one from Rohit Singh coming up.
This one gets
Oh,
lucky.
here
Could
we
have
go.
quite easily chopped it onto his stumps.
Shafkat Khan, again, he's been a bit of a hobbler at the moment. So we'll see what happens if there's any more balls hitting his direction. But no, it's been a wonderful year so far, and I've just enjoyed watching the European Cricket Network grow and taking to more and more people around the world.
Some better deliveries, full, straight, not too much. That Nixon could do with that, and that brings up the end of the over. But look, going back to what we're talking about there, I mean, over 500 matches, 508 here now. But it's when you look at the other statistics.
Yeah.
I mean, it's over 92,000 runs. I mean,
crazy.
that just, it's mind-boggling.
It's crazy. And how many wickets? Well, I think it's 5,000 wickets.
Over 5,000.
Over 5,000 wickets in 500 matches. And yeah, no, it's been wonderful. And I've loved being able to go to every series. Obviously, last year I had to have a bit of a break because I couldn't physically get around. But now I'm getting around. I'm loving it. I'm loving these new places. And I love
Wonderful.
Every country has a slightly different flavour, but the enthusiasm for cricket, it's there in every single country that we visit. And yeah, it's been a wonderful experience. Thanks to everyone for all their wonderful support. Yeah, they do wonder how I keep up the energy to do all of these things. And I'll give you a 1.5 word answer. Biostrath.
Biostrath, yeah.
Biostrath, big supporters of European cricket. And so I just love Bulgaria. It's certainly got its own way of doing things so far. And went out last night for some nice food. Got some food updates coming. This one's in the air, and it's going to test the fielder, and he does well to catch it. The only problem is he's halfway up the bank. That's the Maximo. And D'Souza, well, he gets caught, but it's not a 6. Oh, sorry, it is a 6. And Mishra, he's greeted with a 6.
Yeah, he's picked his up nicely, and you can see Prakash Mishra thinking, have I got him, have I got him? Well, the catch was taken, but as you see there, he's gone
no
over the
chance of
boundary.
staying back in, was he?
It's back first, I think.
Pitched outside leg stump by just a metre or so as well. Have a look at this on the replay. Yeah, you'd think after 500 games I'd know a 6 when I saw one. But I was actually quite impressed with the fielding from Rohit Dhiman to be able to catch it, especially with the gradient. He was running up a hill as he caught it, but yeah, 6 to the total. And you can see already that 114 target isn't looking particularly imposing. I think I would say, though, they've lost 3 wickets, but with D'Souza at the crease, and you've already seen Nixon hitting the ball pretty well. I think that it's going to be hard work. They need to keep taking wickets, IB, CC, if they're going to do this.
Yeah, in comes Mishra again, trying to break this key partnership that's building here. Take the single. And the other thing, we were talking about those runs, Vinny, the 92,000 plus, and obviously they're going up all the time. Now, 60% of those are in boundaries. And that's the other thing, and that's what T10 does for you. That's why it is a frenzy of action. That's why it's so exciting, and that's why it's taken the world by storm.
Yeah, no doubt about it. And we know so many people just are hooked on the ECS, and why not? Here's Mishra.
Clever bowling. Held that one back, slower. Trying to get it through the gate of the batsman.
Yeah, I think that's one thing as a bowler. You can just try things. Just try things. It might work, it might not, but at least it throws the batsman off their rhythm a little bit. We've seen bowlers with a good slower ball be pretty effective.
Places away, takes a single. That's the important thing these two have to do. I mean, it's not just all about boundaries. They've hit the ball well. Both of them hit boundaries, but just keep the singles as well. And I think they're getting this combination of right and left. You know, I love it. I think when you've got right and left batsmen out there, it puts a lot more pressure on the fielding team and the bowler. And this one will be wide. Yeah, didn't need to be playing at that, really.
It's got to be wide. I mean, he's swung at a few of those out there. And again, it's an awareness thing. I think in this form of the game, the more you play, you realise this kind of ball, not much is going to go right for you here. If you do hit the ball, you might get 1, Might get a little edge. Could get caught behind. Who knows? But just take the wide. Take another delivery.
Nicely played. Good confident shot. Take the single.
Into the over. It's 52 for 3. So just a little bit behind the rate at this stage. But I think with, especially with D'Souza there, I don't think they'll be too worried about it at the moment. As we have a look at the scorecard. We've seen it last week as well. If you do get out early, it doesn't hurt your team as long as you haven't used up a lot of balls.
Yeah.
So 4 balls for Ishan De Silva and 3 for Hussein. But apart from that, the scoring rates have been good from the batsmen. And it's certainly the kind of ground that you just need to stay in touch because you can get that magical over. You can easily hit 2, 3 sixes in an over and bring the game back. You just need to keep yourself in touch. Here's Rohit Singh bowling his second over. Yeah, this one will be a wide. And it's a bit of a funny one because it misses the inside edge of the bat, but I still think this is a wide.
Yeah, I think the umpires have to be pretty consistent. They normally are
Yeah.
as we travel around Europe. And that one, you see it again here. Look, it's, yeah, that's a fish out.
Going over the wicket now. Around the wicket for a left-hander, I should say. But, yeah, it's just kind of a little bit pedestrian in the last couple. They seem content to just kind of work the ball around, try and use the pace. But they do have to keep an eye on that run rate. And
Yeah, I mean, before to start this over, they were just 1 run behind
yeah,
where in the Bulgarians were. So
Yeah.
I think that's in their mind. And I think, go back to say, it's probably pretty easy to accelerate quite quickly on here if you got the right batsman in. And these two seem to be thinking exactly that way. Well, look, let's not take any risks. And this one is gone. Balle, balle, balle. Well, this one doesn't quite get into the football field, but it's going. Going. It's not going to take some stopping. It's still going. It's going to go down to the hockey pitch.
Well, that will actually end up going about 200 or 300 metres because it's going down a hill and it's not coming back. And we haven't seen as much of this as I might have thought this morning so far with these straight boundaries. But if you get any piece of it, it's going to go for 6. And if you get it well, it's going to go for a really, really big 6. D'Souza.
It's nicely done. Oh, well.
Wait for it.
I think it just
Only get
stays
one
as
there.
stuck as a single.
Oh, that's not good running.
Let's just keep an eye on this ball. I mean, obviously you can see where the boundary is there, and
Put the long barrier down. Just deflected away. No, it's fine.
He's very lucky.
Let's see what happened to the run between the wickets here because they really should have got 2.
Yeah.
But look, I mean, he had all day to get 2, and then he realises, oh no,
Yeah.
I've made a bit of a mental error. So he's away from the strike.
Doesn't quite time this, but we'll drop inside the 30-yard circle. Easy bit of fielding there from the fielder, Chris. Just the one. And, back to the right-hander now. Certainly hits the straight ball very well, D'Souza. That's his strength, that's his shot. You pitch up to him, he's going to take you on. This one a little bit too short. He's trying to get it past the fielder here. Chase on. And
It's actually good fielding.
done really well.
He got a Jeffsky bounce and just was able to get some of his body behind it. So have a look at this last bounce he has to contend with, this one. But it was good fielding by Deep Singh. He's been a good contributor for Indo-Bulgarian so far.
Yeah, I think that's the way to do it. If you're watching, any youngsters watching, you keep your eye on the ball to the last moment and you anticipate that bounce. This is pitched up, but it was slower. Dug out. Single taken.
So important to have your best fielders in the key positions. Typically those straight down the ground or the deep mid wicket are those kind of positions. End of the over. It's 65 for 3, so he's still on pretty much level pace with what they need. Of course, we did have a Bulgarian golden ball last year, and it was actually the 6th golden ball. It was Indo-Bulgarian that were the team that were involved in it in that game. The batsman missed the golden ball, and that was a run out. It was golden ball number 6 back on the 10th of September. So this game has been so even so fast, even scoring between overs. And who's to say this couldn't be another one? We didn't have one last week in Hungary. Maybe we'll get one here, because we did have the last one we had was in Malta on the very first day in Malta. It was Atlas UTC Knights versus Southern Crusaders. You probably remember that one, Rico. on the opening day.
Yeah, definitely.
That's now 3 weeks ago. So I feel it's about time we had another one. How many matches have we had since then? We've had 70 matches without a golden ball. So I think we're getting pretty close. Wouldn't it be great to have another opening day one to start things off here in Bulgaria? Long way away from that though. Right now, Rohit Daman. He's got the ball in his hand.
Oh, he's knocked him over. Oh, that is a boogie, oogie, woogie, Kookaburra fireball. Full and straight, and the batsman lets it go underneath his bat. Well bowled.
Yeah, it's just about getting it right. It's in a good channel. They've got a lot of wide stuff to Nixon, but this one, that's right on the money. Demand comes up with the goods, and he has his first wicket of the tournament. The score, it's 66 for 4.
Yeah, just didn't get that foot further up, did he? He's allowed the bowler to york him, and he goes for 12 of 10 balls. So the breakthrough that was required has come. Those two batsmen were just starting to put partnership together. They were starting to look a bit comfortable out there, taking the singles, hitting the bad ball away for boundaries. But the key thing here is that D'Souza is still there, and he's going well, 31 off just 13 deliveries, and he's got to be key to them to get into this target off, if they can, off 114.
It has to be Ali Rasul.
The European Cricket Series is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, FanCode, and Grizzly Bear Sports.
Good afternoon, welcome back to Sofia. And well, I wish I could be bringing you better news. However, the news that I have got to unfortunately give to you is going to be that today's play has been abandoned, so there'll be no games here today, and all points between the matches 31 all the way to 36, they will all be shared between the sides that would have been playing. So again, the team you really do have to feel for is the Sofia Spartans. They came for their first day. They've been waiting all week to get involved. Well, the heavens opened, and the rest is history. Yeah, no games played today. So again, it's not the news that we would want to bring you, but there's just a lot of things you have to take into it. And really the main one that you have to think about is player safety. At the moment, there are areas, still a lot of areas of the pitch, and on the outfield especially, that are severely dangerous. I mean, you run in the risk of someone, having a severe injury. That's the last thing you want to see. So that's realistically what we're playing with here at the moment. And again, we appreciate everybody's patience over the day. And again, just hasn't been. It's been one of those days where Mother Nature, she just decides that she's going to win here today. So unfortunately, no games will be played. We'll be seeing no cricket live here in Bulgaria. Of course, we've seen a few recent matches. Of course, the old classic matches. They're always good to go and see what happened a couple of years ago, because sometimes you forget so much cricket that you end up forgetting. And hey, it is going to be the last game or the last day of the week. And unfortunately, with 6 games not being played, there'll be no games here today. But we can, of course, remember that we're back again tomorrow. And it's going to be an exciting one today or tomorrow, hopefully. Back to 5 matches. Sofia Spartans with a triple header tomorrow. They will be up against Trakia in game 37, and then Istanbul KSK will be against Academic MU Sofia. That'll be a really exciting game tomorrow, match 38, as long as it goes ahead. And then we can also see Barbarians taking on Istanbul as well. Then we see Sofia Spartans in a double header up against the Academic MU Sofia side, and that's going to be a little Sofia derby. So certainly looking forward to that one. But yeah, of course, that will be tomorrow, day 8 of 12. And yeah, you got to remember that there's a week left to play of cricket, and at the moment it really is just a matter of having to think of the longevity of the tournament. We could go out there and play now in all reality, but A, would be dangerous for players, B, you'd be ruining the ground, and it just wouldn't work, because there's still a lot of cricket to be played, and that's what we've got to hope for and keep our fingers crossed that overnight and over the next couple of days the weather stays away. But that really is all there is to say. I mean, there isn't much more to add. Of course, we'll be back tomorrow, fingers crossed. Myself alongside Rico Phil will both be here tomorrow, so hoping that we can get some cricket there. And the last thing I want to say, of course, is a huge thanks to everyone for all their hard work today, for trying to get games on. We thought we were might be able to get a couple on, but it just hasn't meant to be. So to Mida Daub and to Ian Ramage, the project manager, and to the tournament referee today, they've been very, very busy. They certainly have, but they've, again, done a tremendous job. But the last thank you I want to say is to Rickards, who's in the production box. He's been here since day one. He did a tournament out in Germany, over 3 years ago now, and today's his last day with us here. So to Rickards from ECN, and I know I speak on behalf, I've only met you for the first time this week, but I know I want to say on behalf of everyone, a huge thank you to you, and good luck to wherever you go on to next. And we hope you come back, and I reckon you'll be here back once or twice. You never know. But ladies and gentlemen, that's all we have time for here, and hopefully we'll be back tomorrow morning for some cricket. And until then, my name's been Charlie Hunt. You're watching the FanCode European Cricket Series here in Bulgaria on the European Cricket Network. Goodbye.